Love it when the music lines up. It's so good. Hello, everyone. Welcome back to the Erasmus Expeditions. We are here, back finally, with an ongoing long-term campaign that has been on the channel for going on 6 years, I believe. Coming up in the next month or two. We started out with D&D 5e, but we have transitioned into Cortex Prime, so that is what we will be attempting to play this evening. But yeah, this campaign obviously is very near and dear to my heart. It takes place in a homebrew world of mine known as Rostveen, specifically in a kingdom known as Vykaril, which is very heavily based on Arthurian mythology, as well as English and Germanic history and folklore. In just a moment, I will pass things over to my players so that they can introduce themselves, tell you where you may be able to find them on the internet and what they might have going on. But before we do that, just one or two more things. Oh yes, I forgot to arrange all of you. Sorry, I'll do that here in a minute whenever we're doing intros. But I want to give the same warning that I give on the beginning of all of my games, and that is, if foul language, immature subject matter are problems for you, then this is not a good place for you to spend time. But if those things don't bother you, then welcome. You are amongst like-minded people. I do also want to shout out a thank you to both Rachel and Augusto, who are artists who worked on a lot of the pieces that you'll see throughout the game and on our overlay here. Augusto did all of the character portraits that you see here on the screen, and then Rachel did most of the shields that you will see kind of throughout the campaign. It's really awesome to have like bespoke art for a game. It makes me feel very special. What else? Speaking of special, you'll hear two songs that are by Josh. One of them at break, and the other one at the end of the game. Please hang around and let those earworms take hold. And yeah, pretty cool stuff. I'm assuming that Josh is not going to be here this evening. I haven't heard otherwise, so we're going to rock it out with the four that we've got. And yeah, this is session 49, by the way, and it is called A Kiln for the King. We'll find out what that's about, maybe here in a little while. What else? I think that's about it, so I'm going to go ahead and pass things over to my players, and then we're going to get started. So I'm going to start with Baron.
Hello, everyone. I'm Baron. I'm playing Ariana Shiel, it seems. I don't have too much to plug. I don't really do too much online in a public sense, but I'm here, and that's probably the greatest place I could be at I can think of. So, um, I play Masakator, the orc knight with land. We're struggling lately, and to be honest, I'm just here for the ride.
Struggling lately. Just lately, though.
Just lately. We were doing fine.
Everything was
Like when
cool.
we were focused on me, everything was good. You know, we had no hiccups, smooth sailing.
Mm-hmm.
And then we went north and everything went to fuck.
Yep. Elves.
Just when we went north, though. South was fine.
What can you do? Absolutely. And I'm sure everything will be perfectly fine tonight as well.
Probably still is fine.
Yeah. Yep. All right. Next up, we have Karen.
Hello, everyone. I'm Karen. Words hard today, right now. I play here on this channel. If I also play over at Mini Train to Me, so I'll give that a plug. Yeah, I have missed this campaign so much. Cannot wait to get back into it. I'm Ariana for reals, not that guy over there with the red cap, because he's not. Yeah. And yeah, I'm the reason we went north, but at least we can go south now, so that's all good. We're fine. I'll pass it on. Back to you.
Wunderbar. Yeah. I'm looking forward to getting to the new areas of the kingdom, and outside of the kingdom, as it may be. But yeah. Next up, we have Eli.
Hello, everybody. I am Eli, and it looks like I will be playing Sir John tonight after all. How exciting. I am glad to be here against the will of my ancient laptop, but we're doing what we can. Kind of blows my mind that we're at almost 50 sessions. That's like talk about how many years we've been playing, sure, but just the number of gameplay sessions is also really impressive for just about any campaign that I've ever played in or heard of. So we should all pat ourselves on the back about that. And yeah, I'm playing Sir John Lightnor tonight. Very excited about that. I also, Jeremy, I opened up my notes document and I saw that I had 2.
Oh no! It did it again! I lost you after 2. I don't know if you can hear us or not. Raggy.
Can you hear me? Can you
Yep.
hear me?
Yep. I lost you. I've got
All right.
2.
Camera's got to stay off tonight.
Okay, no worries. You want curtains? I can give you curtains.
Yeah, I guess.
Yeah, curtains. Yeah.
And anyway,
Curtains
what
for
I was
you.
gonna say, what I was going to say is that we've got 2 notes in my notes about things we're supposed to recap before, like at the top of this session. So I figure I'll surprise you with those momentarily.
Wonderful.
After the intros are done.
Yes, I would love that.
Cool.
Okay. All right. Yeah, last but certainly not least, we have Steve.
Hey, that's me. I have nothing to pitch or anything like that. Just glad to be here. And to figure out what you guys have been up to, because I also missed last session because of health stuff. So, but I'm here in my house versus in a hospital. So that's good. We'll take it. So I am looking forward to it. I miss you guys. Like I said, this group of people, this campaign, but I think maybe more so the group of people is like that big hug you need after a tough day, and we don't get it often enough.
Yeah, I agree, man. This game is like that that like pair of shoes or shirt that you've had for a super long time. It's got holes and stuff in it, but it's like the one that you always look for whenever you need some comfort. It's
Seriously, thing I have to be careful or my wife will throw it away.
yeah, no, this one stays.
That's right. But you can't even wear it in public. I don't need it in public.
I need it here in my home. Yeah, absolutely. But no, I'm glad that you're here, man. This game definitely is, like I said, near and dear to my heart, and as are you, all of you. So I'm very, very glad that we get to get back to it. So, I think, without further ado, unless there are any pressing issues, I think we can go ahead and get this started. Okay. Sorry, I think I have a piece of dinner in my teeth. We're professionals around here, damn it. Profesh.
Better dinner in your teeth than teeth in your dinner.
Ooh. Yeah, that's gross.
Steve, shut up.
Speak for yourself.
That's probably one of the nastier things I've heard today. So, with that, why don't we just roll right into it? Grief is perhaps the most difficult emotion that one may ever struggle with. It feels as though a pit opens in the place your heart resides, and every bit of you threatens to pour into it and be lost forever. It is all-consuming and is terrifying, and how much it subjugates in its wake. So much so, in fact, that many try to suppress and ignore its presence, as one might a ghost which haunts their home. But grief is most sinister when it is disregarded. We rejoin the group as you are exiting the teleportation circle and stepping out of the the building into the city of Cavalon. Cavalon is a decent hold, of a decent size, located in the east of the kingdom of Vykaril, close to the borders that lead into the mountains. And we know also is the home of the dwarves. So we find your group in yet a new place, someplace you have not traveled yet. In particular, Cavalon is overseen by the Duchess Wainwright, and her husband. And you came via favor, if you will. Tord called in a favor that he earned from the Duchess Wainwright at the tournament in Malrich. She was impressed by his performance and offered assistance at any point in the future that he saw fit to call upon her. And so you have now come to essentially her home, because it is much, much closer to your destination than you were mere moments ago. Traveling by teleportation is always disjointing. Your stomach feels kind of turned inside out. You feel stretched kind of in both directions, forward and backwards at the same time. There's a little bit of nausea, maybe a tiny bit of headache. But after a few moments that it will pass. But what I'm interested in is, as you're kind of stepping out of the teleportation circle and into the city of Cavalon, what is the plan? What is the conversation like amongst your group?
I think the first thing is that Ari looks towards Dane and is a little bit concerned because still wondering how he's feeling since he passed back into Vykaril from beyond Gundon's wall.
What do you mean?
Are you yourself again? Are you whole? Are you different?
I mean, I don't know that I was ever not myself, except for that thing at the table that I said. That was not me. When I called you
We won't talk about it.
Right. Other than that time, I think I was just me, but also something else. There wasn't ever less of me. There was just more of someone else, something else.
Is that still the case? She kind of whispers because not to let the other you hear, maybe?
Dane reaches out and grabs your hand. It doesn't work like that. And then as you sort of look down at his mottled, rusted skin that still flakes every once in a while, he'll tug his sleeve down a little bit. I mean, I think it's always going to be that way. But on the bright side, I always wanted to be part of a story. Just didn't necessarily think like this. Um, um, I mean, something's definitely different. I feel older in some ways, but not older like a birthday. Old like
Don't you say it.
what am I not supposed to say?
Are you either? And she looks at Tord because he sees a smirk. I'm not that old.
Oh, no, much older than you. Old like the trees or the dirt. Old like feasting halls and valor and men and women who sat around those tables, who did good deeds, strong deeds. I feel like one of my stories. Like I've always been maybe that's the best way to say it. Something's a part of me now that's just always been. But, and he smiles, I think that part's hope. So if that's what you meant, but if what you meant is, does my stomach feel turned inside out? Yes. I sorry about the chasm crack thing and breaking a very ancient truce. But there's hope. So, that aside, and you'll see like his hand does sort of errantly stray down to the scabbard. What are we doing? What is the plan? With that, he'll kind of look towards Sir John because, I mean, who else is gonna make plans? Lots of them. All the time.
Eli may or may not be there.
Right.
I think he said he's gonna try joining on his phone here. See if that helps.
I heard
So he
something
may not be back.
briefly.
Mm-hmm.
Then we'll go to the backup planner.
Can you hear me now? Yeah, somebody else should plan this phase.
Toward the backup planner.
Well, 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 if it isn't likely candidates in need of aid. Well, if I'm not mistaken, this is the closest we've ever been to where the mountains are, where presumably dwarves live. I think that was our quest, our ambition.
right?
Which is that way.
And then what?
I really rely on you to interpret the song, Dane.
I believe what we're trying to do then, like we've got the wood, we've got the iron,
Steel.
the steel, thank you. And now we need to make it join on an anvil. I'm not very good at the whole blacksmithing stuff. I mean, I just ask for one and I get this really nice one, but we need to forge a sword.
Right, but is it going to be that simple? I mean,
No.
Is
every
everything that
e-
simple?
well, nothing's. That's kind of my point. Nothing's been that simple.
There's probably some region-bracking, cataclysmic individual that we'll have to put a stop to.
Somebody's
And
loved one that's gone
By
missing,
doing
and
so,
we have
we
to
will
save them.
invoke the appreciation of the people. Offer.
Could we just try
Absolutely.
asking? I mean,
Yeah.
in fairness, everywhere else we've gone is, well, there was your family, and then my family, and then Ari's family? Question mark.
Usually
And
we get there and then they ask us for help, and we're like, well, if we do this,
But-
can you
Sir,
know,
we've done Sir John's family. We're just kind of out of families. And I'm not related to any dwarves, so that's going to make it even harder.
Do any of us actually speak Dwarvish?
What?
I
know-
don't speak Dwarvish.
Well,
I'm actually gonna have to look at my other character sheet for that information.
don't they speak us?
Well, I should hope so.
They always speak us in the books.
Ari, any chance?
That I speak dwarf. No.
It's like asking a cat if it barks. In the books, in the stories, the fairy tales, whenever they go and you need something from a dwarf, you have to bring them a gift. Or sometimes there's like a business deal. Like you have to buy something from them.
Well,
Should-
what do dwarves value?
telling you they're probably in need.
I don't know. In the books, it's always alcohol or money or metal or.
We've got metal.
There was
And wood.
one story where it was 12 dozen geese, but I never fully understood why they needed so many geese.
That
With
feels
144
trivial.
geese. What the fuck are you gonna do with 144 geese?
I look at Tor
Well-
confused that he can do math.
Sir John can attest to the importance and nightly value of multiplication tables.
Oh,
Dang.
absolutely. Yes, fast nines.
All right, well, can we get going before this turns into another lesson?
Actually, Dane, I was just thinking.
Oh, there you are. There's a voice that like with the perfect timing. Looking up, I don't remember if you would have met him or not, Tord. But an individual is making his way over to you. I think I've got his. Whoops. Okay. He is dressed in the livery of House Wainwright, the kind of white field with the black like half wheel and wings kind of depicted on it. He is dressed like he is probably somewhat versed in sword fighting. He carries a sword at his hip, but he doesn't have like the traditional frame of a fighter. It looks like he's probably more reliant on his speed as opposed to the sheer force of his physique. But you you see him kind of coming down the lane, kind of towards you, kind of waving a hand over his head. He says, "Yes, welcome to Cavalon. I trust that the travel wasn't too harsh."
For a group of adventurers such as ourselves, never too harsh.
Of course. Forgive me. I should have known. Yes. My name is Blur.
How do you spell
My- It's like Prince. It's just a symbol.
Is that one
That's
R
very-
or three?
It's a very unfortunate name.
My name is Philid Wainwright. I am the Duke of Cavalon.
Philid?
Philid.
Fillard.
It was my father's name.
Duke of
And you must be Sir Tord Masako? He kind of looks to you, Tord, questioningly.
I kind of bowing my head in the flesh and at your service.
Oh, well, I've heard a lot about your performance at the latest tournament. And yours, sir. Sir John Lightenor, is it not?
Yes, of course. I am Sir John Lightenor. I see my reputation precedes me.
Indeed it does. Unfortunately, I could not attend the tournament itself, but I demanded daily reports of the happenings, and I follow the games quite closely.
Well, if you should like a demonstration, I'm sure we could arrange that while we're here.
Oh, really? That would be tremendous.
Tord
I think there is
sides.
no finer thing in this world than a martial display.
I quite agree. Yes, sir.
Do you
And-
train yourself?
Oh, well, he kind of looks like mock bashfulness. I swing a sword around every once in a while.
Ah, well, I should be delighted to cross blades if that's something that might interest you.
Oh, yes, perhaps, maybe we could spar. Yes.
Yes, indeed, and perhaps an exhibition some other time.
Yes. My wife is quite keen to have you come to the palace. So, if you would just follow me, I could take you straight away.
Perfect. That'd be great.
So he kind of turns and begins kind of walking back up the lane, kind of, the elevation of the ground kind of changing as you make your way kind of slowly up towards where the central kind of palace / keep is located, with its spires kind of sticking up beyond the rooftops of most of the buildings and things around you. In a lot of compared to a lot of the other places that you have seen, especially the larger cities that you have seen very recently, Cavalon seems to be fairly well off. The people seem in genuinely, uplifted moods. There seems to be no shortage of food that is available and goods that are being traded. There is a large percentage of dwarves, especially compared to a lot of the other cities that you've been to. Yeah, it seems as though the Duke is actually fairly well liked by most people. They actively kind of go out of their way to greet him, and he'll stop and kind of shake their hands and just wish them good day, kind of thing. Nothing too lengthy necessarily, but he takes his time to kind of be seen. And all the while, he's kind of like making small talk with all of you. And he kind of asks, what is it, might I ask, that brings you to Cavalon, especially upon such urgency? Kind of indicates the teleportation circle house kind of back behind you.
We need someone to make us a sword.
Make you a sword? Oh, yes, we have many fine blacksmiths here in Cavalon. I'm sure that they could craft you a fine weapon.
We need like
Or-
the people that make the best swords.
Yes.
Not any old
Just to
blacksmith.
confirm,
The
I was
best.
cutting in and out, but this
Yes.
is the Duke, right? Like the
It
Duke
is.
of Cavalon.
Yes. His wife, the Duchess, is the shield bearer. So she's kind of like the head of the household, if you will, and he's the I don't know what you'd call it. I guess the Duke consort. I don't know how the peerage actually works, but that's close enough.
Sure. So I think Sir John would ask, do you have any smiths that operate underneath mountains in this area?
He kind of starts. No, no, we have no. There's hills here in Cavalon, but no mountains. You'll have to travel further west or further east to find those.
Well, at the very least, then, we shall enjoy your hospitality while we can.
Oh, yes, please, I insist. So, have any of you traveled this far east before?
Not me. Not. I think at that point Dane like cocks his head. Not recently, anyway.
He kind of gets a curious expression on his face and kind of looks down and sees like the rust like flaking off of your arms, and you can see he kind of stares at it for a moment and then kind of looks away and does his best to not really bring it up. Well, yes, if there's anything that we can do to help, please just let us know. He continues to kind of lead you up towards the keep, where eventually you are kind of led through the gate, and then eventually through the front door, and into the kind of the audience chamber, where the Duchess is kind of seated at the far end of the room in a larger chair, and likewise kind of clothed in the black and white of House Wainwright. She's not wearing armor as she is kind of here depicted in the picture. It's probably more like courtly attire, but it is in the same coloration, same kind of insignia emblazoned on it. And she seems to be listening to like local grievances, people who are upset that someone took one of their goats, things of that nature. It seems fairly benign, and she is putting on a face of patience. You can tell that she's probably had it with a lot of this bureaucracy. I guess one of her duties to kind of do this, but she seems like she's trying to make the best of it. But whenever she sees that you are brought into the room, she kind of looks at your group, and there's a genuine smile that kind of like crosses her face. And you have to wait for a little while before she's going to get essentially to where she can talk to you. Is there anything that your group is discussing or saying or doing in the meantime? No?
So if we do find this anvil under a mountain, I mean, and we will, I know we will. Do we think the dragon will be in the same mountains?
Feels too easy to me.
I mean, but first, before we can even go find a dragon, we have to find where the what was it, a pond or stream?
No. I think it's anvil, dragon,
Stone.
sharpened water. I think.
No.
Yeah. No.
It's sharpened, then fired by dragon. So we need to find where did the sword come from? The first one, anyway. Do we even know that?
Does anybody want to try a roll?
I'm
Find
actually
out.
kind of really looking at Dane.
Yeah, Dane will
Mhm.
try
He
a
is
roll
the-
here.
Mhm.
He is the sword.
All right.
Where are you from, boy?
Well, my mom and my dad.
Okay.
All right.
Let's see. So we'll need a distinction.
Yep. All right. So, man, I'm torn on this one because two of my distinctions. One is a young man with an ancient soul, which seems fair, but then the other one is the hand of Camagel, which also seems fair. Yeah, we're gonna go with the young man ancient soul because it's the way its benefits are worded. It's much more knowledge related. So we're gonna go with that. We are gonna go with the value of hope.
Okay.
And we're gonna go with so I want to say witch, but we're gonna go with sage, even though it's a little bit lower. I think that makes a little bit more sense.
Okay.
All right. And then I'm going to also toss in my signature asset of Camagel because
Perfect.
that makes sense. So go with that.
Okay.
That.
Now that you've gathered that all up, you want to roll it, and then if there's any ones, let us know.
Right.
And then you want to grab 2 of those dice to add together on the numbers of them together to give the total, and then a third die is the die size that is the effect die. Any ones cannot be used for either the total or the effect die.
All right. So we get here. Ooh, okay. There is a 1.
Okay.
All right. But then my other 3 dice all rolled max.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, all right. So it's gonna be a total of 18 from a 10 and an 8. And my effect die will be a D10 as well. But I did roll a 1 on a D8.
Okay. I don't,
And if it matters to you, the D8 that rolled the 1 would have been the distinction die, the hand of Camagel. I don't know if that gives you any.
Interesting. You went with the other one though, right?
I'm sorry. Yeah, the young man, the ancient soul. So either way,
young man, ancient soul. Okay. Okay. So what I would like to do is take us back to a scene from Dane's childhood. Paint us like a picture of where that is, and at some point I'm going to interject.
You want like a solo scene or like a scene off playing with like Toby, like
Either one is fine.
Okay. Okay. So, all right. So we see that sort of shallow, reedy pond lake that is where Dane encountered the washing woman, but also where, I mean, as the name suggests, a lot of people would come there to do laundry on the banks of this. And we can see these large dragonflies like darting about and buzzing around. And there is the background chatter of the village women out there doing the washing, and some of the men have recently come back from a rather successful hunt, so they're all out there, glad handing and clapping each other on the back and talking. It's just this nice day, and we get this image of this stick with a crossguard that is Dane's sword, Celestial, the stick, laying sort of teetering on this rock, the edge of it tapping the water and sending out these ripples every once in a while as the breeze comes by. But as the camera pans, we see Dane and Toby sort of laying on their bellies, and they've got these sticks, these pieces of bark in the water, and these little rocks on them that are soldiers, and they've got little sticks in there with leaves on them to be the sails of these boats, and they're blowing them across this pond towards this stone that sticks up out of the water. Occasionally you could walk out maybe 5-6 feet into the pond in places because of these rocks that have been there for forever. And right next to the sword is this book that is a local fairy tale about a sea captain, right? It's the normal departure from the knights, but it's talking about a captain from a faraway land sailing the sea, sort of the Sinbad sort of adventure. And that's what Dane had been reading recently. And so he and Toby are sailing their ships across this pond, blowing on these leaves and watching these ripples as they are laughing back and forth and racing to the island for the gold and treasure that must be on it.
It's while you're doing this that there's a like, have you ever been outside on a really sunny day and like you watch like the shadow of a singular cloud like kind of move across the ground? You notice that happen, and it passes over you and Toby, and then passes kind of out onto the pond and across this rock that's out in the water. And for a moment, you swear it looks like a mist kind of forms on the surface of the water, and the boats take on a very real appearance. Instead of it being pieces of bark and leaves, you see actual sailcloth. You see actual oars. You see wood, the hull of boats, small boats, but boats nonetheless, with people in them. Though not soldiers, they look more like dignitaries of some kind. And that rock that you were noticing takes on a very real shape and texture of an island, covered with trees and surrounded by a shoreline. And there's this point where you can feel this kind of mist on your face, and the island itself kind of feels like home. And you suddenly realize that this is the place where the sword is from. And the lake that you are seeing is actually Lake Kelmium, not far from Malrich itself, but more towards the west. Your knowledge, there is no such island in the middle of Lake Kelmium. But this place seems and feels very, very real to you. Just about the time that you kind of feel that, there's a tug on your shoulder. And when you turn, you see Toby, but not like Toby was in that moment. The way Toby looked whenever he was pulled out of that bucket. He says, "Don't go there."
Why can't I go there, Toby?
Just don't go there, Dane. He opens his mouth and water like pours out of his mouth. And then you suddenly find yourself back in the present in Cavalon.
What is it, Dane? Are you okay?
Um, yeah. Why wouldn't I be okay?
That's why I'm asking.
Ro-
You don't.
Teleportation sickness. I think.
You,
I couldn't remember where the sword came from. I'm sorry.
right? Then we're going to have to do some, I guess, searching and some reading and some studying and yeah.
Yeah, I'll I'll see what I can figure out. Um, there has to be a library here, and I don't really need to be around to talk to the Duchess, her. I can go. I'll take the squire, and we'll go to the library. But yeah, everything's fine. It's great. I look over. Is it Balin? Is that the squire's name?
I think so.
I think that's right. Hey, you
I
boy.
Yes.
Are you?
So I look over at him and I'm like, "Come on, Toby, Balin, let's go find a library."
Are you sure you don't need another pair of eyes? I mean,
I point at the squire and hold up 4 fingers.
and you can see she's kind of disappointed because she also doesn't want to go talk to the Duchess, but
I mean, there could
Balin
be
kind
stuff.
of reads the room. Or I can stay and she can go to the library with you.
Yeah, no, that you should stay. You're a squire. You have to
He kind of looks
do whatever Sir
excitedly.
John tells you.
Look at Sir John. Right. Do you think he'll say my name?
No, you say his name. That's how it works.
I have to talk to them? To all of these people?
No, not all of them. It's just when she looks over at you, you stand up as tall as you can get, very proud to be here, and you say, "Duchess, may I introduce Sir John of House Lightnor."
Sir John of House Lightnor. Okay. I think I can do that. No,
And then you don't
I
say
know I can do that.
anything else
Nothing else?
unless you're asked a question.
Right.
I've found out this with Sir John. When he does a lot of talking, you roll less barrels. When you do a lot of talking, you roll more barrels.
Well, I certainly don't want to roll any more barrels.
Oh, you'll
Enough
get
of
used to
that.
it. I have rolled well more than my fair share.
All right.
So,
Very well.
and so I'll look over to Ari. I'm sure we can find someone that can point us to the library.
Right. Let's find a library.
Okay. So you kind of wander off in search of a book depository. I guess, you know what? Yeah. I think maybe probably a good idea to mention this as well. I think Eddard is actually missing. I don't think Eddard, and it may even taken a moment after you kind of exited the teleportation circle house. Eddard is not here.
Reagan.
Yeah. Okay.
Oh, and we don't have that message spell. He's the one who has that, so we can't actually contact him to ask where he is.
He's on Do
True.
Not Disturb.
Unless
Yep.
we've got a swallow of some kind.
I don't believe so.
African or a European?
It doesn't matter as long as it carries messages.
Let's see. Okay. So Sir John and Sir Tord are hanging out in this audience chamber, kind of waiting to be seen. And meanwhile, Ari and Dane are headed off to find a library. I think the grievances kind of wrap up and finish. And somebody kind of immediately comes up to the Duchess, kind of like bringing, it looks like maybe like a stack of like scrolls or something that need to be kind of like signed. And she kind of waves them off for a second, and she stands and she crosses over to where the two of you are waiting. And she says, "Well, I'm so glad that you're finally here. How was your arrival? Did Philid find you?"
Oh, yes, my lady, and he is a most wonderful gentleman, thank you.
Yes, he is. He is quite special. My Duke. Well, I don't know what it is that brought you to Cavalon, but I am certainly glad that you have decided to come visit. I insist you can stay here in the palace as long as you'd like. Is there anything that we could help accommodate while you're here?
Well, we are on our way east to visit the dwarves properly, and
I
we
see.
have need of some haste. That's why we arrived here in our particular method of travel. But I must say, while we're here, I should very much like to be introduced to your armed forces. I remember that offer you made back at the tournament, and I should very much be curious to see their skill level.
Yes, absolutely. I will muster them immediately.
Wonderful. And perhaps a conversation with your officers would be in order.
Well, of course, I can insist that they join us for dinner. If you're staying for
Wonderful.
dinner.
Of course, of course. Just because we arrived in haste doesn't mean we need to depart immediately.
I see that your wit is as quick as your sword, Sir John Lykenor.
Well, my mother might tell you differently, but thank you.
And Sir Tord, it is wonderful to see you again.
The honor's mine, my lady.
You both look as if you've seen a little bit more, well, action. Kind of indicate some of the fresh, like, cuts and dings on your armor and weapons.
The lands are rife with struggle. We do what we
Indeed.
can to aid those who cannot help themselves.
In every direction, in fact. Enemies abound, and peril is at every turn.
She nods in agreement. Yes, this business on the South Shore with Baramus is most unfortunate. It seems as though one house or another is hell-bent on us having civil war. She kind of looks at you again, Sir John. I am certainly happy to hear
some
that.
of us are trying to stop it.
Indeed. I was very happy to hear of the valiant success of House Lightenor and House Lathelbrun.
Yes, of course. We are in fact a tenacious house. Whether or not I am present, I trust my army implicitly.
I see. Well, then I would be most anxious to hear what it is that you would like to say to my officers. I imagine that there's certainly a few words of encouragement that they could hear that would maybe stoke the fires a little, maybe get them up off of their cushioned chairs a little more often.
In fact, you come near to the mark with this talk of civil war. We few here in our party on our quest are seeking to avoid just that, and despite our efforts to avoid it, we think it prudent to prepare nonetheless.
I understand. If you would forgive my forwardness, does this have to do with your discussion with the Queen?
Perhaps, my lady.
She kind of puts up a hand. Say no more. I understand. I am more than willing to do what I must for the crown. Queen Shom has my undying support, and if it is on her errand that you now appear here in Cavalon, then I redouble my efforts to make certain that I accommodate any needs that you might have.
We thank you for it.
Well, if you would excuse me, I have a few other affairs of state that I must attend to, but once the officers in the guard are mustered, I will send word to let you know.
Very well, and when you muster them, please arrange a demonstration. I know that your husband was most interested in seeing our own martial prowess, and I am happy to exchange it. I'm sure Sir Tord would be game as well.
Of course, Philid is quite taken with swordplay, I might say. So he will be glad for the lesson. And with that, she kind of like makes her apologies and kind of returns to the person who has like the stack of scrolls to sign, kind of making herself scarce. There are some attendants who will come along. Excuse me. Who will kind of help, kind of show you to, like the series of apartments or whatever that you would be staying in while you were here in the city. These rooms are very well appointed. They are, well kept. It is, very much a keep. So there's a lot of stone walls, stone floors, and it's a very solid building. Definitely not necessarily built for luxury. Kind of, must have been fort in the beginning, and then has kind of been turned into a palace after. But you're going to be kind of left to your own devices for a while. But before we get into when the group kind of meets back up, I want to jump over to where Dane and Ari are headed to find this library. Again, it's not terribly long before you come across the path of, I don't know, a cupbearer or somebody like that that can point you in the right direction. And eventually you find yourselves in the library here. It is not a robust library, but it's modest. It has, a number of tomes in it. the librarian who seems to work here, doesn't seem to be their only job. So they kind of are coming and going throughout the course of whatever it is that you may be doing here. So as you enter, what are two things that we see as an audience that are a part of this library?
So in the center of the room, there's this very elaborate like bookcase that's glassed in. And you can see from the front that it's very, I guess, guarded, if you will. It's got, I mean, the filigree all around it is very, very impressive. It's very detailed. Quite a lot of work has gone in making this piece. It even has glass panes, but they're also barred such that it and locked so that you can't see in. And inside the case, there's 3 shelves, of which there are some books that are open on each of the shelves. And from the outside, you can see how very ancient that these books are.
I think the other thing we see are several paintings on the wall. Perhaps someone with decorating sense or good taste would say too many paintings on the wall. But the majority of them are all of the Duke. Like he's standing there, like, you know, his fencing saber out, or he's got the one of him having just brought down a big like elk, and just a lot of him on the walls. And it's kind of that question, like, is this his choice or her choice? Like who's doing that? And none of them are like, too gaudy. It's just really hyper focused on the Duke, or the Duke consort rather.
Yeah, absolutely. There's a lot of them that are done, very flatteringly, so they're almost all painted, from like a low vantage point, looking kind of up. There's one, he's on horseback, leading a hunt with hounds all around him. It's very, yeah.
There's one of his wedding day, but somehow he's still the focus. Like it's not the bride.
Slightly off-centered.
It's like how America is in maps, where he's just like slightly larger than everything else.
You can drive from coast to coast of most Dukes in like 3 hours, but not this one.
Fantastic. Okay, so you're in this library, and yeah, I think it's like library maybe / study. So there's probably like a few like taxidermied beasts kind of around. There's a lot of swords on one wall, like probably like 30 of them, kind of all arranged in like a very like aesthetically pleasing like pattern on the wall. So yeah, you're kind of left to your own devices here in this room. What are you looking for?
Waiting away from Ari, so I didn't have to answer her question, and that clearly failed. Thanks,
Squire done played you.
There's barrels in that boy's future. I don't know, but I think it's pretty apparent, right? As Dane comes in, like there is no like awe in his eyes, right? Like every other library, doesn't matter how big it is, it's always just like it's playground for him, right? And instead, he's kind of very, I don't know, like running his fingers over the books, but not even paying attention to the names. I mean, he looks like an actual kid in the library. Doesn't want to be there.
think Ari's almost like mimicking what he's doing. She's also just kind of running her hands along the books, but she's focused on Dane at this moment and just kind of watching him. So following along as he's like going around the room, not looking at the books. She's a few paces behind, looking at him.
I think maybe like if you imagine that there's like two larger bookshelves and maybe they're like, you know, two deep. 'Cause it's not a big library, right? And about halfway through that second row, or that second shelf of books, Dane stops and he pulls out this book. It's not large. It's maybe 300 pages, which I mean, I guess for people who don't like books, it's large, but for Dane, yeah, that's a. But as he pulls it out, you can see the front of it is like ornately. The cover is just painted with this scene of a ship breaking through a wave, and this guy sort of standing on the prow of it, you know, sword forward, the obvious like, you know, hero of it. And I think Dane grabs it and kind of holds it close and looks back at you. You ever read this one?
I don't believe I have.
It's a little bit different than the other ones. No knights, and all the wizards are bad guys. Not many horses. Horses don't really like boats too much. But so seven different stories in here. This yeah, he went on seven different adventures, all to different places, islands or different nations. Always a good adventure. You should read it sometime. I think my favorite one is the one that's got the it's got I can't remember. They're all good is what I mean to say.
I think she reaches out to take the book from you at this point.
Yeah, he turns loose of it, but I mean, you can definitely see like his hands are shaking at the end of it, and he's looking kind of like not through you, but beside you at about maybe what like a 10-year-old's height would be.
Are we okay, Dane? You've
We like you're important in the elf place, royal we, or me and you we, or me we.
You and I mean, ever since we've come here, you've been trying to avoid me. You clearly don't want me around. Now you can't even look me in the eye. Oh, I thought we were past it all. You're still angry. But I done something.
Oh, no. I'm not. I'm not angry anymore. I've grown up since then.
Then
mostly.
What is it? What have I done?
You haven't done anything. I'm the one that does stuff that doesn't always work out the way it should in a good way without hurting somebody or being very dangerous or both all the time. I'm trying, Ari. I am trying my best to feel different parts of me. Not always the angry part or worried part or but I want to be that hope. I want there to be hope for all of us, for not all of us, but all of us, for all of Vykaril, and that's a really big hope for a really little boy.
Hope.
But it's really hard to be that have that much hope when you have this much scared.
I
It's
find hope is a pit that you fall into and you can't get back out again. And if you rely on hope to do things, nothing ever gets done. There's no point in wishing for something to be if you're not willing to put the effort forth. Hope. What is hope? It's nothing if you don't do something. So trying to have hope for all of Vykaril, that's a waste of your time. Truly. We do what we can to make it better, what we know we're to do, and we just do it. Have courage. That's what we do.
I don't think I'm lacking courage.
No, you're not.
So it's not that. But you and Sir John and Eddard and even Tord somewhat, you don't have hope. You don't like hope because you see it as a pit. Sir John doesn't like hope because he can't flex it or put a sword in his hand. And hope is beyond anything you can read in a book. So it's not Eddard's strong suit either. And I mean, Tord is Tord. How can he have hope when every time he closes his eyes, he sees his dead wife? But I have to be hopeful. Eddard can be the strong one or the smart one. Sir John can be the brave one. Tord can be the strong one, and you can be the determined one. I have to be the person who, when we're in that pit, can point out that there's a top, not just a bottom. But it's so hard to do when I keep seeing what's going to happen.
You don't have to take all the hope of the world upon your own shoulders. You don't have to do that.
I don't.
If it's drowning you, let it go.
Oh, no. I think all this time, hope, the hope that the hero makes it out, that the princess gets saved, that the kingdom's plague is gone, or that the wizard finds the cure. Hope is really all I've ever had. I hope that my mom would be okay, and she is. I hope that we would find my sister, and we did. I hoped that Tord hadn't died, and he's here. I hoped one day I'd see Bodhi again, and I did. I'm not trying to carry everyone's hope. I'm just trying to remember, if not for everyone, at least for myself, that we're not always in a pit. And it's okay to hope. Because if we don't hope, we'll never finish this.
If we don't do something, we'll never finish this.
But we've done so many things.
You've
done so many things.
We would never have found your sister based on hope alone.
No.
We had to do something about it.
And that's why we all have to be a part of this. That's why I was so scared. I finally realized that I wasn't mad at you because you didn't tell me the secrets, or you didn't tell me all about your past. Yes, it hurt me, but I wasn't mad at you about that. I was mad at everything because I thought you were going to stay. There was a chance. There was a chance that you were going to go home, and it was everything you wanted, and you stayed. And there was a chance when Tord went back that he stayed. And I know how big of a chance there was. I don't have a shield person at my village for me to marry, and it was hard for me to leave. I wasn't mad at you because of what you were choosing. I was mad because I didn't need our determination to go. I didn't need to lose you. You're the pommel of Camagel. You're as much a part of me as the sword is. I'm sorry I was petulant. I didn't understand. Like I said, it's a lot of really big emotions for a really little kid. You should try saving the world sometime when you're 15. It's tough. I haven't even gotten girls figured out. Ask the elf back in your village. And she's like 70 years older than me or something.
But I understand it's been a lot for you, and I get that. You're young, you haven't got the experience, and frankly, everything that's been happening has been overwhelming even for me. But why are you trying? Well, that doesn't explain why you're trying to get away from me now.
Not just you. Everybody.
Why? We
Because
don't want to lose you either.
I don't know how to process being terrified and hopeful at the same time. I'm trying to figure everything out with a 16-year-old brain and a ancient heart. And that's tough. And when you asked me if I knew where the sword was from, where Camagel is from, I saw it. Saw where it's from. I don't know if it was the sword showing me or if I remembered it from a book or what. But I saw it. I was there. I could smell the lake and hear the birds. And I could see the way that representative in the envoy, the way that her purple dress rippled in the wind. And I could feel the mist on my face. Just like I could feel the cold in Toby's eyes when he told me I couldn't go there. He was standing right next to you, Ari. And he told me that we can't go.
Who's Toby?
Ooh. Toby is my best friend. Or no, I'm gonna stick with it. Is my best friend. And he was my Tord to my Sir John. And he got beat to death in my village for playing stupid games and pretending to save the world. And that's my fault. I read him the stories. I don't I don't think Toby could read if you threatened to take dinner from him. And Toby liked dinner. I think that's part of why I ran away. Not just to make it easier on my family, but because seeing those trees and that pond every day was tough. And so I ran and I did the only thing I knew how to do. Thought I knew how to do. Let's face it, I was a pretty terrible squire. But I got better when Sir John found me. But I saw Toby today the same way that he looked when my dad pulled him out of the barrel.
Oh, Dane. Whatever happened to Toby back then? It is not your fault.
I'm sure someone in 100 years will say the giant chasm in the elf forest isn't my fault either, but, well, we know that's not true.
Those are completely different things. You,
They're not entirely different. They all result
what
from
did
some
you
little boy living in a fantasy world. And I'm okay with the stuff now. I'm okay with a church falling on me. And I'm okay with having to fight the plagued people. And I'm I'm okay with eating sticks and twigs in the elf lands. But that's now. I know someday I'll be okay with what happened to Toby. I'll never be okay with it, but I will be okay. But that's why I have to be hopeful. Because without hope, we give up. I give up. You go and be an elf princess, and Tord goes and becomes a horse master, and Sir John goes to be a lord, and Eddard goes to be a great wizard. And I go back to that same village with those same trees and that same pond. So I have to be hopeful, even at the bottom of this pit. It's just hard sometimes. But the sword is from an island that doesn't exist in the middle of the lake. And I'll point at like a kingdom map on the table. There's no island there. Lake Kelmium. But I have to hope there is. I'm glad you didn't stay in your home. I know that's selfish, but I'm glad.
I think at this point she just puts an arm around your shoulders, kind of like, did that side hug. Right. Well, I think you're amazing. And with what you've just told me, I think we'll find this place. I don't know how, but we'll make the sword and then we'll make our way to that lake, and somewhere along the line, I'm sure we'll understand more of what we're supposed to do, where we're supposed to go, but at least we have a clue with what you've just said.
And let's not forget, we'll get to see a dragon.
Mm-hmm.
I hope it's a nice one.
And even if it's not, we'll just do what we need to do. Like we do. So, are we done in this place?
It's a pretty terrible library, if I'm honest.
It's pretty awful. Especially all this, what are they called? Paintings or something?
Well, elves have paintings. I saw them.
Not like that. And she
No,
points to the,
like
the gaudiest one of
like
them
him
all.
on a bearskin rug, just. Not like that.
At least not in our libraries.
Fantastic.
And I think with that, as she starts leading you back out, has that book still in her hand, but she'll put it back on the shelf because I think it's not needed at this point. So she just kind of casually puts it back.
Don't want to pay those fines.
Don't even want to know what they are.
Steve, please take a point of XP. Bravo. A tremendous scene. Incredible. Both of you. It was a fantastic scene. Both of you. Okay. So, after a time, you will be able to meet up with each other once again, kind of again in the common space that kind of these apartments all branch off from. And you have like a little bit of time before dinner and all of that is going to happen in the evening. But first, there's a runner, if you will, that is going to be coming to fetch Sir John, have him go and look at the shape of the guardsmen that serve House. I almost said Mellowayne. That's not correct. House Wainwright. They all serve House Mellowayne. No. Like a nightmare. But yeah. So Sir John, what is something that we see? What is something that Sir John notices about these soldiers that serve House Wainwright?
Yeah. So I think there's two major components of what's going on here. First of all, there is a muster. So like the armies are presented for inspection and their gear and kit. And then there's also like a training yard going on, right? So, and I think, because this is between our arrival and dinner, I'm imagining that both those things are going on at the same time. So the muster is probably like, here's information about how many forces we have, and here's a sampling of what the muster is like. It's not everybody there, but it's like a few folks are gathered in muster, and then a few other folks are training nearby. And Sir John is kind of walking amongst this alongside some of the officers and making little comments here and there, but that's as much I want to say to get started with this anyway.
Okay, absolutely. And Sir Tord, what is your part in all of this?
Not nearly as interested in the inspection. I think as like the muster's happening and some of these guys are getting pulled away from the training grounds, that's when Tord kind of takes the remainder and selfishly, I think there's maybe one or two of them that are like, oh, sword breaker, we've heard about you. Did you really break that guy's sword? And Tord's like, cheap steel shudders every time. I think there's probably even a couple of them that are like, do me, and they're like, let's.
Absolutely. Okay. Do you break any additional swords?
I don't think I actually do this. I think they're just trying to goad me into it.
I see. Okay.
I feel like there's a moment where a lot of guys throw their swords out to be smashed, and then the marshal is like, "Excuse me, put those away. We pay for those, like."
Right. This is military property. You can't just smash them.
That isn't really your sword.
But
this
I almost
is literally
feel like
a muster, guys. Come on.
There's a moment where maybe from like a window or a high parapet or balcony of some kind, I think Tord spies Lady Wainwright briefly. And he's not trying to like draw as much attention to himself in that regard.
Absolutely. And the Duke is here as well. And he is absolutely outfitted in his regal set of armor, And it definitely looks like it's not just for show. It is very nice armor. You can tell that it was expensive, but and it has seen a little bit of action. Though your guess is probably by very carefully what's the word I'm looking for? Carefully selected sparring. But he is very eager to see this.
Sure. So I think what happens is that we're kind of like over at the demonstration area, and Sir John immediately kind of like, he sees Sir Tord is off talking to the soldiers individually, and so he kind of moves off to the marshal or like the instructor type person who's overseeing this and commenting on their form and whatever. And Sir John stands beside the guy for like a moment and watches the fighting going on. And what's like it's not as good as Sir John, right? But how does the discipline or the training of this place compare to, say, like Kerwall or I don't know, Malrich or someplace?
Yeah. You get a very quick sense that this is not the first time that these drills have been run. That these men, they know more or less what they're doing. They're not, out here making fools of themselves. However, most of them seem like maybe they're a little bit out of shape. It doesn't look like any of this stuff has really needed to be used in an actual like application in some time. They look like they've grown a little fat, lazy, and bored.
Okay. So I think Sir John says to this marshal, I suppose it's good that they are still trained thoroughly in the fundamentals, given their state.
He kind of nods along as you're talking about them being, trained in the fundamentals, and then whenever you say, state with that much of like a tone, he kind of stops and kind of turns. This guy's got like, the tunic is holding on a little tighter than it probably should across his belly. Looks like he's definitely kind of grown into it a bit around the middle. He's got like a very large kind of drooping mustache that kind of covers his mouth entirely. Kind of an older man, kind of sandy blonde hair, and looks like it's kind of like swept over the top to kind of cover his balding, thinning hair. But he kind of looks at you whenever you say the word state. What do you mean, state?
Well, in these days of waning peace, it seems that many soldiers have rested at their posts for perhaps too long.
There's no need to practice as rigorously as in other parts of the kingdom, but I assure you the soldiers of Cavalon are ready to answer the call at a moment's notice.
I'm sure. Tell me, the gear is well maintained. Is the craftsmanship local?
Yes, we have several metalsmiths here in the city. The close proximation to the dwarves certainly helps. We have a few dwarven artisans who make their home here as well.
And do your formations in massed battle make up for the conditioning of your soldiers?
Mass battled? What? Well, we haven't practiced pitched warfare in maybe 6 months or so.
I have traveled many roads in that time, and I can tell you, massed battle is coming.
To Cavalon?
Everywhere.
What? Do you mean, sir, war is coming?
I think at that note, Sir John kind of like gives him a meaningful look and steps into the training arena. And he's not wearing his full armor and gear here. Like a lot of it was in the trunks that the poor Balin had to drag through the teleporter. But he's got, and I think he doesn't even have the talent of foresight on him. He's got one of his other long swords that's like a piece of quality craftsmanship, but it's not this, symbol of his rule or his family's rule. And so he's wearing like his next nicest armor, his next nicest sword, that sort of thing. And he walks into this ring, and I think the two guys who are there clearly outclassed by Sir John, and they kind of recognize this and back up as if they're in the presence of an instructor. And Sir John says, "I'm a champion who has walked many roads and fought many battles, both individually and with my companions and our many foes. I wish to test your mettle. Please, the best among you, step forward."
There's kind of a murmur around the crowd before, they all kind of turn their attention to one individual. This individual looks like she is a human who shows like some faint signs of orcish heritage. So she would classify as a half orc out of the book. Apparently, her name is Stiana. Put that in our chat. Stiana. She definitely seems like she is in better shape than most of the rest of them. Still not probably in peak physical condition, but it could possibly be the a little bit of the orc heritage that she has in her that makes her appear a little bit broader of frame, a little taller. But you can see that she sports, scars and things like that. So it's obvious that she has had either real experience or, intense training at some point. She kind of like gets goaded forwards, kind of like, ushered into the arena, where she kind of moves to the table and picks up a practice weapon, a practice sword. She moves to you and kind of gives you a slight bow. You a knight?
Indeed, Sir John of House Lightenor of Corwall. And you?
Stiana. I don't have a fancy name, but I suppose I could cross blades with a knight, sir. And she kind of like gives like a curtsy. And it's not like what's the word I'm looking for? Sarcastic. It's not sarcastic at all.
Yeah. I think Sir John kind of like smirks enough that she can see it, but maybe not that the onlookers can. But it's like a pleased kind of smirk, like, "Oh yeah, cool, thanks for playing along." And he says something like, "Well, I'm pleased to see that resolve is a trait found outside of the nobility."
There was a doubt. She kind of questions with a smirk of her own.
In fact, no. You guessed rightly there. And then he kind of draws his sword, and he's holding it not threateningly, but he kind of offers the point of the blade to her and says, "Shall we test each other?"
Intend to draw blood?
Oh no, no need. I think first blow anywhere.
Kind of nods, and she nods kind of in the way where you can tell that she's already like sizing you up,
Yeah.
trying to figure out like what the game here is going to be.
So John's a tall guy. He's like, I think he's 6'2" or something. I can't remember, but like he's a tall guy, and I imagine that she's just about as tall as him. And like onlookers probably think that they're the same height, but the two of them looking at each other can tell which one is taller just by hair. And
Sure.
we're not privy to that information, but it clearly ignites something between the two of them.
All right.
And then I think like they might part ways to go to their corners or whatever. And so John kind of looks over at Tord with a look that's kind of like, this will be fun. Any recommendations? And this is all like nonverbal, of course, but Sir John's just kind of like, what do you think?
I think there's probably like a slight look of envy, kind of quickly shielded by you lose either way.
And I think Sir John kind of like catches that look of envy and like very subtly, enough that you and probably nobody else in the audience can tell, kind of makes a gesture like, hey, after me, you know?
Sir John just moves back from the ring, or not Sir John, Tord moves back from the ring to give space to watch this event.
All right. So Eli, let's build a dice pool and get a roll.
Yeah, so I think let's see. Crap, I don't have my dice on me.
For shame. No, I
No
mean,
guarantee
like
we're ever going to roll them, you know? So.
Exactly. It's a crapshoot either way. Wait, if it was a crapshoot, that'd be nice. No.
Every dice aplenty, yeah. So let's see. I am a master of the knightly arts, and that's
Perfect.
absolutely going to be one of my. That's good. That's my distinction.
Okay.
And then I think I'm going to use my sword training because I really want to demonstrate like the weapon that we're using in this moment. And then I'm going to use the Light Norse School of Knightly Arts, of course. And I think that's all I want to do right now.
Okay.
Yeah, that'll do.
See how we turn out this roll here. Once again,
Cool.
just let us know if there's any ones. They cannot be used for your total or your effect die. Then you'll select 2 dice to add together the value that you roll on them to get your total, and then a 3rd die, your dice size of that die will become your effect die.
Okay, so if I'm rolling 3 dice and one of them is a 1, can I use that as my size die at least?
So you effectively, your effect die becomes a D4.
Got it.
It
Okay.
defaults to a D4.
Cool. All right, well, let's see how this goes. Okay, I got a 6, a 5, and a 3. So I think the total is going to be 11, and my effect die is going to be a D8.
Okay, cool. Also, I forgot to mention earlier, Steve, because I activated your hitch, that means that it earned you a plot point. So just make sure that you recorded that. Okay, cool. Okay, Sir John, you got an 11 with an effect die of a D8. Okay. So that's definitely enough to overcome, to win, and also like to do so in a way that kind of like showcases your swordsmanship, and shows off the training stances and attacks and things that you have perfected. So, but it's also kind of close. So I think it's not as simple as just, you keep putting her down in the dirt kind of thing. There's a few times where you find yourself kind of on the back foot, having to really rely more on kind of your instincts and stuff, as opposed to making it a show throughout the entire experience.
Yeah, and I think my approach was going to be like, I am actually going to mostly defend here, And when I strike, I am like, maybe a casual onlooker wouldn't notice this, but Tord definitely would. I am not making the most tactically optimal strikes. I am like striking at bad targets that are a little easier to block on purpose. And I am passing by certain opportunities that would have been golden, but I turned into like bronze or something instead. And I think that doing that early on and kind of giving her a chance to get her nerves out at the beginning of this turns her into actually a pretty formidable fighter. And so there are times when I'm like, oh, I actually really do have to turn on here and pay attention to what I'm doing. Yeah.
Absolutely. And I think that there's a bit of Stiana's instincts or training or what have you, where that kind of kick in when she notices that switch in you from the performative to the, you know, actually fully focused on defending yourself. And she absolutely took advantage of the fact that you were kind of trying to teach and perform while fighting her, and she absolutely capitalized on that edge, and started making use of it. And I think that's maybe like when the shift happened. And so now she's kind of, you know, kind of smiling that she's managed to force you to actually try, if that makes sense.
Yeah. Totally, yeah. And I think, you know, eventually I do come out on top, but I'm not gonna put her on her ass or something.
Right. How do you end up besting her?
Well, we talked about to the first blow, right? Any target. And so I imagine she's wearing probably like leathers or something, not plate mail or whatever, because this is a training environment. And I think that it's a decisive blow. I think I thrust directly to her solar plexus. And I think I push her back like 3 or 4 feet, but she stays sturdy on her feet in a way that looks really badass. And so it's like everybody's like, damn, he would have fucking killed her, right? But they're also like, dude, she stood her ground. That's cool.
Hell yeah. And there's that moment where she kind of staggers backwards and kind of looks down at the obvious mark that's kind of like on her leathers. And she kind of like looks at you and shrugs and shakes her head, clearly understanding that she has been bested. And there's kind of, you know, an uproar from all of the gathered Wainwright soldiers that are very excited about the display that they just saw, because it moved beyond lesson and it became just a literal display of martial prowess. And they very much kind of like rush over to congratulate her, but not before she's able to kind of like close the distance of this small little arena to you and kind of offer you that that kind of handshake where you grab just below each other's elbows, you know, where you're looking for daggers.
Yeah, I was thinking the same thing. Yeah.
Right. And she kind of shakes your hand up and down with, you know, a fair amount of enthusiasm. And kind of in between heavy breaths, she says, "Well, Sir John Lightnor, you certainly don't fight like a knight."
And I can say, if the rest of Cavalon. If the rest of Cavalon's soldiers fight with even half the tenacity of Stiana here, you will acquit yourselves well in the days to come.
She nods. She says, "Aye, sir, I believe that we can whip them into shape."
And then I look over at the martial guy and I say, "If you would permit one master to another, a lesson that I might impart."
He kind of blusters a little bit, but then kind of gestures, you know, as if like, you know, turning the field over to you.
Yeah, so it's conditioning day, baby. We're doing burpees, we're doing sprints, we're doing cartwheels, we're getting some people to puke and think
breaking
about
out the barrels.
Their lives. Yeah.
As soon as like the idea of repetitions and like sets comes in towards like, no, I'm not here.
He masked
and Sir John
today.
Calls out and he's like, "But Sir Tord, we were just about to begin our squat thrusts."
Bad discs. Can't squat thrust. Teleportation circle really did a number on me. Think I'm gonna walk around.
Knocked out my lower lumbar.
Some people can't curl their tongue. Some people can't whistle. I can't squat thrust.
I can bend 15 degrees.
Perfect. All right. So, at some point, you're all back together, and you're able to sit down for a nice meal. Not a feast by any stretch of the imagination, but they definitely kind of went out of their way as a last minute, if you will, preparation to make a nice dinner. They bring up, a wine or mead or what have you that has been, in the cellar for a while. They roast, a pheasant for everyone who's interested, that is. And yeah, it's a nice, candlelit, fireplace lit dinner. There are many of the nobles and the captains that kind of serve the court have also come, eager to kind of like get news about what's going on elsewhere in the kingdom, hear stories about your travels. They're definitely quite interested in whatever it is that you deem safe to share with them. In particular, one of you, I'll take a volunteer. Just anybody.
Karen.
I saw Baron's
I was
hand.
going to volunteer Tord.
So I saw Baron's hand go up. So, Tord, at some point you are talking to, we'll just say it's actually a dwarf, and he has been telling you that that the dwarves, the hill dwarves that live closest, that you will encounter first if you're heading east to the mountains, that he has received word that their king has his health is failing, and he seems a little he seems a little distraught about this news. The king's name is Balankon Orsameyer. Yes, there it is. The plot hook dropped heavily onto your dinner table. I'll add the Dude name here in the chat. So yeah, what is something that you're discussing, or what is the mood or the atmosphere kind of like for your characters at this dinner?
Tord kind of pushes the remnants of some of this pheasant. There's probably some sort of gravy, maybe turnips, some sort of starchy vegetable. He's kind of like mopping up the rest with. He kind of sets his fork down, listening to this dwarf. And he's, he mentions that the king is sick, and he kind of just like reluctantly rolls his eyes. And he's like, "There it is." He kind of he picks up his glass. He's nursing probably like a blackberry mead, very tart, very sharp in the cheeks, and he kind of is mid drink when he hears this king is sick. He rolls his eyes, and it kind of bitters in his mouth. Like, there it is. I say jokingly, and then it kind of occurs to me again. And I look over to Dane, who I'm sure is in varying degrees of solemnity and hope. I look at Sir John, doing his best to like pretend the fact that he wasn't sweating his ass off 45 minutes ago. I look at Ari. And I set the glass down and I turned to this dwarf. Did I get his name? Was
You
that
absolutely did.
Jimothy Grimbeard?
Danath.
Danath.
Danath. Danath.
Is he a hill dwarf or is he
He
mountain
is.
dwarf?
Mm-hmm.
He's
He's a hill
hill
dwarf.
You owe loyalty to this king, Alan Khan.
I mean, he was my king. I may not live there anymore, but you know, I go back every once in a while. It's sad to hear.
Still have family there.
Aye, my clan goes back several generations, so I would just there's something about it that did. I just wanted to see more of the world. I didn't get very far, as you can see, but
When you
it's
don't know where
different.
you're going, any road can get you there.
I suppose it's true. You've traveled a lot of roads then.
I've spent some time as a road knight before being landed.
Oh, you don't say. Well, any places that you would recommend to see?
Well, my heart always goes to home. The fields outside Shannon. Late summer. They shimmer like gold. And to be honest, the forests are real pretty down south and to the west. Scenic, not overgrown, not dank. The light sun flutters down through the leaves.
Well,
The capital's pretty. Large buildings, bigger than I'd ever seen. I've seen castles, but almost every building seems a castle when they're all that big. And, truth be told, the north. I've never felt a place so old. Like the bones of the earth were built upon the roots of these trees. Trees like fingers digging deep into the earth. It terrified me. But it wasn't out of fear, but of awe.
there's a lot of elves up there, aren't there?
So many. What's worse is you can't see them until they're right in front of you. And then it's too late. They'll kill you.
They'll kill you.
They'll
What?
kill you.
You are pulling my leg.
No, no, sir. I almost died 5 times myself.
He kind of like crosses his arms across his chest, like he doesn't entirely believe you at this point.
I think actually that Ari perhaps does come by. And there's probably a moment where you maybe even put your hand on my shoulder and like continue walking.
They're not all bad. Their music is actually very pretty.
Never really thought about going north. Definitely think that I would like to see the plains of Angor. The capital. That sounds intriguing. Maybe, who knows? Maybe if my road takes me north, then maybe I'll hear the music of the elves as well.
Just keep in mind, wherever you walk to, you also have to walk back.
Good point.
Maybe all the way to see your family. And an old sick king.
Indeed. Maybe that's a good place to start.
I think we'll be heading that way here soon. If you find it in your fancy.
Well, of course, and if you need someone to show you the way, to guide you, I'd be more than happy to take you.
I think that would be excellent.
Wonderful. I don't know. Well, I'll be around, and if you decide when it is that you're going to be leaving, then search me out, and I suppose I'll make preparations to leave.
Tord gets his where he's staying, what inn, or if he has a business or whatever, I get that.
I imagine he's probably maybe even like one of the smiths.
Sure.
Armor or what have you that kind of works here. Might even actually be like the Duke's, the ducal kind of armor. Ducal armor. That's a strange series of words.
Throughout the entirety of this, Tord is also like trying to catch as many unnoticed looks at Lady Wainwright as he can get away with. And he's also looking for Stiana if she's even in this room during this time, or if she's not allowed in here. At which case, I think there's probably a chance Tord would excuse himself later to peruse a tavern or a local drinking spot where she might be.
Absolutely. Okay. Yeah. As for Lady Wainwright, she definitely seems to be a generous host. She seems to be very pleased to. I don't know. It's not like you're not being like exploited or shown off like a trophy, but almost kind of like that. She's very much happy to have someone interesting and of note to kind of show off to her friends. But she also seems genuinely pleased that you've come to Cavalon, and she's interested in what you have to say and what your thoughts are about her home. But she certainly attends to all of her guests throughout the course of the dinner. Stiana is definitely not here, but
to be expected.
Can certainly locate the local drinking tavern where the soldiers kind of hang out.
I mean, once I do my dues, I think I'd maybe even go over to Sir John and just kind of casually
I'm getting antsy. Too many people. I'm gonna go check the horses.
Yes, of course. I'll cover for you.
Thank you.
And I would bail.
I think that there's the tavern that you find is actually it's called the it's called the Burning Stable. And it's literally the sign is a picture of a stable building that has flames surrounding it. You'll gather very quickly that this place at one time was the royal stables and caught fire and burned mostly to the ground, and then was rebuilt as a tavern. And it's there's still beams in there that kind of show partial char and stuff on them from where this place had burned previously. It definitely seems to be part of its identity.
I feel like we get the strong juxtaposition of this fancy dinner party, and I think Tord is at the door, which probably is sitting oddly on the hinge so you can kind of see through it, and there's windows, and inside people are just fighting and merriment, and I think someone gets thrown out of the window, and Tord looks at him a guy leaps out and is just pummeling him, and he kind of yeah, and that's probably where the scene shifts back to the dinner party as Tord enters the bar.
Fantastic. Anybody else at this dinner party? Any other bits of conversation or things that you're doing or things that we see?
I think Sir John, kind of early on, is pulled aside by a gaggle of officers who are a little upset at how he treated the marshal earlier in the day. And I think that Sir John tries really hard to turn conversation to the idea that war is coming.
Yeah, I think one of them, kind of more of probably what you're used to dealing with as far as the militant side of things. Somebody who was born, raised in the soft life, and walked straight into a knighthood, as opposed to somebody who earned it the hard way. What is it called? An officer out of school or whatever they call it. That kind of thing. Mm-hmm. And he is a half-elf. And he kind of, when you say this, he kind of shakes his head. But certainly you must be joking. The unrest in Oxfeld was put down by your very house. You should know that that's the end of it.
Oxfeld is resolved, but what about House Barrimer in the south?
Baramis is an old man with too many sons. They all want a piece of what it was that he had, and he's clinging to the old notions. It's going to be a matter of time before he is put down. I'm certain of it.
And the plague-born hordes of the north, what of them?
Also, it sounds as if that has come to an end.
And the supernatural occurrences at the tournament at Mulrich, what of that?
There are black magic practitioners all over the place, just like there always have been.
Tumult in Ravenfleet, what of that?
Yes, I take your point, but everything is mostly stabilized now. Everything seems to be fine.
Druids uprising in the north. Rumblings in the east.
Yes.
Hordes burning from the south upon their steeds with their witches of war in the distant south. What of all these?
These are all external threats. It doesn't mean that the kingdom's going to erupt in civil war. The queen sits quite handily on her throne.
In battle, you, of all people, a knight, must know that to face one foe is perilous. To face many is that much more.
He kind of looks to the others in the room who are kind of eyeing him like, you stepped in your shit, kind of you're outmatched here. He kind of blusters. Yes, of course you're right. A battle on multiple fronts is very difficult to win. But what are we to do about it?
Training and coordination will leave nothing to fear, no matter what we face ahead of us.
Yes, I suppose we have grown somewhat lax. Perhaps we should revisit harsher training regimens? And he kind of looks over to the bushy mustache guy, who kind of inflates for a second and then exhales. I suppose it is time. We should begin to look at the threats that are pressing from all sides and take it a bit more serious. Maybe Cavalon still has something to contribute to the coming problems.
Let me put this question to you, and in fact, to all of you fine officers. What forces compose the Vykarilian army?
Those that answer to the banners, of course.
When was the last time they were mustered? How do we know that they will heed the call, how do we know that they will be ready when they are heeded?
You think that there are some who would not answer the call?
I know not. What I do know is that a solid core of dedicated armies, forces, sworn in loyalty to the Queen, can rally even the most bygone and wayward noble lords, and their armies with them.
They all kind of like nod in like silent contemplation to what you've kind of said.
You all saw my display in the training yard, did you not?
Yes, yes, of course. It was quite impressive.
Both the swordplay and the dedication beyond are skills that I share with all of my forces in Kerwall. Even now, they are training to prepare themselves for whatever may come. Kerwall stands ready. I know Razenfliot, despite its recent upheaval, stands ready as well. And I should hope that Cavalon would join us.
You also have the backing of House Criminac, do you not?
Yes, of course, but that is somewhat a different army. I'm speaking of the army of Vykaril. The army of Angershire and Shaneen can be distinct and unique. Have you been there? Have you visited them? Have you seen what they do on horses?
Not in some time, I must admit. No.
I have unseated many a knight in tournament and in practice, and I will tell you, I would hesitate to bend lance against them.
Indeed. Cavalry always does make an impressive display on the field.
It does. And what of archers? We need them to harry flanks, to strike at opportunities, do we not?
Indeed, yes. Archers are worth their weight in gold.
Have any of you traveled north of Gendon's wall? Have you seen for yourselves the prowess of the elves who live in that land?
They all kind of like somewhat chuckle. No, I wouldn't dream of going north of the wall.
I have, and I did. More than once, and perhaps I shall again.
Whatever for?
I am driven by terrible purpose, alongside my fellows.
Is it something magical? Like, as in black magic?
There is no curse that compels us, but we are driven by a vision and a need for the future of this land. And I tell you, if Vykaril can stand together, there are others who will stand with Vykaril.
Very interesting concept. Perhaps we have had a little bit of too much of the infighting. If we were to rally and unify, it certainly would put down Beramis's forces swifter. Is there more at play here? More than just Beramis?
Beramis is a symptom of a deeper ailment. I have not named the ailment yet. I have not glimpsed it in its entirety, but I know it's there. And I know that if we do not stand ready, then we will be overcome, just as Plague City. What's the name of the Plague City?
Warrington.
Warrington, thank you. Just as Warrington was some months ago.
When you mentioned Warrington and a similar possible fate, there's definitely like a renewed sense of like decorum. They all kind of like nod. Terrible what happened to that place.
Indeed. I have seen that firsthand too. And there is a way through even such dire abomination as that, but if it can be avoided, or if it can be met with a more unified resistance, all the better. So here's what I ask each of you. Make counsel among yourselves. Include the Duke Consort and the Duchess, of course. Consider your closest allies and tell them of these plans and no one else.
They kind of nod, and immediately kind of like turn towards one another to like start like talking, sharing ideas, discussing with an entirely different kind of air to them. Right. Anyone else at this fancy dinner? No. Okay.
No, I think Arya spent most of the time kind of passing on dishes and kind of eating very. There's probably maybe like a quarter of them that she could actually eat that doesn't have some meat in them. So she's kind of been like picking at her food and just biding time in this very uncomfortable place that she finds herself, because we don't like these big gatherings of.
Yeah, I would imagine like the pomp and circumstance of it is particularly palatable to Ari. Like,
And grating. It's very grating. Yeah.
right. Like this is like a very, like, not just human, but like the human nobility. This is very much kind of like a them thing. They seem somewhat oblivious to your discomfort. Not in a rude way, just in a an inconsiderate way. Okay. So I think with the end of the dinner scene, I think this is where we're going to take our break. We're going to take a 10-minute break, go to the bathroom, refill your drinks, kiss your spouses, smoke them if you got them, etc., etc. Yeah. This has been good to get back into this, y'all. I'm excited to get to the second part of what we got tonight. So sit tight. We will be right back with the second half of session 49 of Beneath the Banner's Shadow. Hello, everyone. Welcome back from the break. You have been listening to Shield Sister by our very own Josh. Wrote that for this game, as a matter of fact, for Ariana. Ariana Shial, Ari. By the end of the campaign, she's just going to be an A. No. Yeah, it's just as cool as having art for a game is having somebody write a piece of music for a game. That's it's a really cool feeling. This game is definitely extremely unique in that way. In other ways as well. So we are. Baron, do you want to roleplay towards night at the tavern? Are you interested in that? You look interested in that. All right, let's do it. Okay. So while the more fancy dinner is taking place at the ducal palace here in Cavalon, elsewhere, closer to where the barracks are, there is an old place called the Flaming Stables, a tavern that was once a stable that burned. This place is a different kind of party, as we've seen since Ford saw someone thrown handily through the front window, and a pummeling take place in the street outside, before they get back up and rush back in for the next round. So Tord, you walk in through the door of this tavern, and at first there's almost one of those like record scratch moments, where it's very obvious that the usual clientele of this place is very well established, and a new person has just walked in. So there's kind of a stop to the merriment and the mirth kind of as you first walk in, and there's like a kind of like clearing of the throat, and the barkeep says, come on in, don't listen to these louses. And they all kind of and start grumbling at each other, and the merriment kind of picks back up where it left off. If you make your way over to the bar, then the keep will kind of lean over and kind of halfway shout at you, what can I get you to drink? You're muted. Oh, the silent type, I see.
I'll look around the bar. Are there, I would imagine, dwarves here?
Yes, definitely.
What are they drinking?
That's a great question.
Are they whiskey? Are they vodka? Are they just like shiners?
There's there's probably like a strong whiskey of some kind.
Are shiners, man.
I actually have a box of Shiner right over there. It's like a whiskey. It's got like a real like heavy, like earthy kind of aroma to it.
I'll take 3 of those and an ale.
3 of them. Right. Suit yourself. He again kind of like screams at you. And you can hear like there's people ordering, like asking for his attention kind of on his left-hand side, and he's completely ignoring them. But the moment that anybody in front of him or to his right tries to get his attention, he's on it. And it takes you a little bit, but you soon figure out that he's deaf in his left ear. And they have to kind of like keep like leaning way over and like waving to try to like, or somebody on the other side of the bar will kind of like direct him to there. So it takes him a little bit longer, but he manages. Within a few moments, he's got your tankards out and poured and is ready. Has served them up to you. Just holler if you need anything else, but maybe on the right side. I can hear you a lot better on this one.
Tord like quickly downs the first one, puts back the second. There's like a face of absolute disgust, a shrug, downs the third one, shakes it off.
Yeah, it's got kind of like it's got the bite like of a whiskey, but the aftertaste is more like mushrooms. It's very like musky, very pungent.
He swishes the ale. The guy turns. He spits that on the floor. Takes another drink. Before you go, where can I find Stiana?
He kind of turns. Stiana? Oh, he kind of points. And there's a table that's particularly rowdy. And a bunch of people kind of gathered around. And they're buying Stiana drinks. And very much kind of celebrating the fact that she almost won against a knight.
I'll walk over.
The noise kind of dies down as you kind of near the table, and kind of like she looks up at you. She nods. You're the other knight, aren't you?
I am.
Well, have a seat. She kind of like kicks a stool out towards you.
I'll take it. I'll sit. It's a lot of celebration for almost beating a knight.
There's several of them that kind of like look at her like, ribbing on her. And she shakes her head. Your friend's a good fighter. I think if it had gone a little longer, that maybe it would have been my match.
If it was a real sword, you would have had it through the chest.
She kind of like rescinds to that. I suppose I would have.
It was a good fight. To be fair, it's kind of intimidating to fight a lord. I've fought him a few times. It's not so bad. He favors his right leg when he parries a side strike.
Now that you mention it, yeah, I did kind of notice that there was a little bit of a... well, I won't say a weak spot, but close enough.
Well, you can't tell him I told you.
Oh, no.
He already wants to kill me.
He wants to kill you, and he rides with you.
Well, yeah. I trust him because he's told me. More people than not want to kill me, and they won't tell me.
She kind of nods as if like this twisted logic makes some kind of sense in her head.
Kind of like get lower to the table. Do you know why knights are so hard to fight?
I always thought it was the honor.
It helps to be a crab. But it's expected that we fight. Often until we're dead. Much like a soldier, but they have names. Renown. It's a cruel part of our existence, I tell you. Not as a knight, but as someone who has walked the roads in search of work. Hoping to get by.
They all nod as if like this might be a familiar set of circumstances.
I'll bring up some civil skirmish that's happened in the last 10 years between lesser lords. Seeming like these people have some idea of what I'm talking about. Not in like the extent of knowledge like Sir John, but a very like in media res experience of my, combat, and where my knightly training didn't necessarily pull through, but my, savvy thinking or underhanded tactics even had to come into play. And I end with like, when you're fighting to live, there is no playing fair. You live or you die.
This was a very long. Tord is definitely like rosy cheeked. You know, his nose a bit swollen.
Yeah, this dwarven stuff is pretty strong.
All this to say, hit him in that fucking leg the next time he challenges you.
Always thought knights were rather fond of their honor. A bit stuffy, if you ask me.
It's important.
I suppose it has its place, but as you said, I don't know that the battlefield's necessarily the right place for it.
There's a time and place for everything, for sure. But honor is more than just an always. You're not always honorable. When a man that would cut you down and destroy everything that you own, salt your lands, it's hard to offer that person an honorable death. I feel like there's probably a flashback to the priest that we killed.
Yeah.
Sometimes you don't even kill the enemy from the front. And we have the Tord getting battered into the ground and Ari coming from behind to stab the warlord. Sometimes the honor in that is just staying alive. And bringing hope to those who don't have it.
One of them kind of like reaches up and like wipes a tear from the corner of his eye. And one of them next to him says, "Are you crying?" Like teasing him. You shut up. Definitely seems like your words have struck a chord with many of these soldiers. The Stiana says, "I reckon it sounds like you've seen some shit."
And shit, this way it comes.
Here to Cavalon.
Everywhere. Vykaril. And the lands even beyond.
What are we supposed to do about it? Train harder.
Find your honor in living.
She kind of like stops and leans back, kind of gestures around, raises her glass. To honor then, and enjoying living.
Louder than necessary, Tord smashes it, like not smashes to pieces, but like slams his cup on the table. And to Vykaril!
They all join you. To Vykaril!
Someone
They
gets
all
thrown out of
resume
another window.
Jinking. Absolutely.
The keep is pissed. Fuck.
Somebody gets thrown into the bar from outside. Awesome. Okay. Unless there is anything else that you want to try to accomplish while here in Cavalon, I believe, if I'm not mistaken, that the plan is to then travel eastward. Okay. So, you head out from Cavalon. Sounds like maybe with even a dwarven guide to kind of show you the way. You are going to be heading into the mountains and are looking for the hill dwarf settlement that you are going to come across first. That is called... Let's see. Gernvosen Caius. Which
Bless
you're
you.
dwarven. Yes, exactly. Gernvosen and Caius. Put it in our chat there. Your dwarven guide will gleefully inform you that Gernvosen Caius means forest gate. It is kind of like the westernmost like outpost, if you will, of the dwarven lands. You are exiting the kingdom of Vykaril, on a technicality, kind of heading into the wilds again, quote unquote. But eventually, you can see ahead of you through the forest this rugged but beautiful kind of village that is built amongst these incredibly large trees and very sizable boulders. Many of the houses built straight into the rock. Some of them kind of like as add-ons to the size of these boulders. And you can see that in addition to the wooden doors that kind of lead from building to building, that there's also cave entrances carved directly into the stones as well. So it looks like they live in the rock and on the rock. And there's a wooden palisade that kind of surrounds the village itself in addition. And as you're kind of like making your way up it, there's kind of like this earthen ramp, if you will, that kind of leads up to the front gates of this place. And it's steep enough that there's a cart path in the middle, but on the side there's actually been half logs that have been secured in the side of the hillside to form like rudimentary stairs that you can use. Is there anything that your characters are saying or doing as you approach Gurnvos and Caius?
Do you think they're going to try and feed us rocks?
Why would they do that?
I just cross my arms and look at you.
Or choose a stick.
You see what you did to him?
I kind of like it. Fibrous.
Mm.
I mean, no one actually eats rocks, do they? I mean, that would be, well, tough.
So how far past here is it to the actual mountains? I'll kind of ask the dwarven guide.
He'll tell you. He said, "Well, the mountains, which are called the Lakdarond Mountains." Drop that as well. Lakdarond Mountains. He says, "Well, if you're looking for the mountain dwarves, you'll have to head deeper into Tralik, the city of the Remor. Tralik is the city. Remor is what Rosfin mountain dwarves are called. The hill dwarves are called the Ronam. Yeah, if you're looking for the mountain dwarves, you'll have to press in probably another 3 days, given the change in the terrain up and down.
Is this Tralik, is it a little, is it under the mountain?
Oh, aye. Very deep under the mountain. You probably have to travel for about a half day underground before you get there.
Looks to Tord and Sir John and Dane. I mean, that's probably the best place, I think, at least for us to start.
Aye, it's beautiful there. You've never been?
No. Why would I have?
Because it's Tralik. It's a beautiful ancient place.
Just stares at him.
So, what are you looking for? Anything in particular, or just to see a mountain?
Oh, we've heard tale of the anvil under the mountain.
The
So,
anvil under the mountain. Oh, there's a lot of anvils under the mountain, especially that mountain.
right. And that's what we were thinking. That kind of increases our odds of finding the right
Is there
one, I
like
guess.
a special anvil or like
A fabled
bigger-
one, if so, you know,
He
like one
kind
of
of
the
like
myth or
big.
legends.
kind of
big
like
anvil?
strokes his chin. Oh, aye, there is the mithril anvil.
I think Tord like smacks Serge out of the chest.
You hear that? Mithril anvil. Under the
Mithril.
mountain.
Wow. Oh, under the mountain, you say?
It's named that because naturally it's made out of mithril, which is a very rare metal. The dwarves are excellent miners, especially mountain dwarves, but mithril is still very rare to come across. So the fact that someone was able to make an entire anvil out of it, well, that's why it's mythological.
And does anyone actually use this anvil?
Oh, certainly. Couldn't tell you the last time though. It's that kind of thing where it's dusted off from time to time when it's needed.
Ceremonial, maybe.
Aye, ceremonial. There's a lot of ritual around it, a lot of praying and coming and going of it, but
And where would one find it? Is it in Tralak?
in Tralak, aye.
And is it something that we could go visit and see for ourselves, or do you need like special
Oh.
permission?
Oh, I'm sure that someone would take you down to show it. Are you anvil enthusiasts or something?
You could say that.
Very interesting.
We find ourselves we really on just a quest to piece together history.
Oh,
The
well,
razor edge thereof.
there's certainly a lot of history to be found in Tralak, that's for certain. Well, here we are. This is Gornvos and Caius.
Oh my gosh.
Welcome to my home.
Very
Beautiful.
nice.
I know. He kind of gets a little weepy.
So you kind of live in a forest and rocks at the same time.
Hi. That pretty well sums up the Hill Dwarves. He kind of like stops. Oh no. And like his face drains.
What is it?
He points to like the two guard towers that kind of flank the gatehouse of this palisade, where there are like banners that are hung, and you watch as a set of dwarves kind of comes up into the tower and like pushes a black like banner that kind of unfurls down, mostly covering the house sigil.
Does that mean that the king died? Like something.
I think so. I think so. He kind of takes off running.
Fuck.
Do we follow?
Well, we kind of have to, right?
I mean, either way, we're walking this way.
Right. Look, we can either run after him and figure out what's going on, or we cannot and then have to ask.
I have no problem asking.
I have no problem running.
He's way up there.
He's got little legs.
That's true. Let's go.
Okay.
Do we have horses?
You do.
All right.
And they have longer legs than you.
Dane,
even.
get back on your horse. Why are you running?
He's actually running in the saddle. He's just pumping his arms up and down. It makes him feel like he goes faster.
It does.
Caves.
My sweet boy.
Just creates this big cloud of rust dust behind me as I go, though. It's terrible.
Disgusting.
Rust
Just-
dust.
Dandruff rust.
Tord is constantly just picking out of his beard and his teeth. Tastes like Dane.
It's gritty.
Whoa. Okay. So you get into the city, and you can see that like this display of putting the black over the house banner is only one part of the preparations that are currently underway. It's very obvious that there's a somber mood, and they're making preparations for a funeral. But something that's really interesting is it's almost like there is a very clearly defined route that is being established, and there's a lot of attention being put onto like talismans and fetishes and things that are being put on display that kind of like line this pathway. Your guess is that there's probably going to be some form of like funeral procession, like a march. But the somber attitude is not like just a complete and total dour mood. Your guess is that this is kind of like that this was not a sudden thing that happened. Where are you headed?
Do we see where Danath went?
Yeah, I mean you can clearly see that he's kind of like headed to like the first little grouping of Ronam that he can find, and is kind of like questioning them as to what happened.
What's the word, Danath? What's happened?
It is, in fact, the king has died.
May he rest in peace.
May he rest in peace. I wish that I could have come back sooner. I feel terribly guilty.
Why? You didn't kill him.
No, not guilt like that. Just guilt like... Well, I wish that I could have spoken to him again, at least once.
Were you close?
Well, I wouldn't say close. Not any closer than anyone else. But, there were times when he would come into my forge, and I may have made a few pieces for him here and there. Yeah, I don't like to brag, but we had dealings from time to time. He was a very generous sort for a nobleman, you know?
And we are sorry indeed for the loss.
It's a sad day. He kind of like looks up. Oh, look here, here's the princess. Or one of them. And you can see that there is a dwarf who is helping with a lot of like the setup of things, but more in like a designation kind of way. She's like designating tasks and definitely kind of seems to be somewhat in charge. She is she's a dwarf, so she's very much kind of built like a dwarf. Stout, short. She's got red hair that's kind of like done up in a complicated braid that kind of like rides the top of her head. The sides of her head are kind of shaved real close. She has a really gnarly scar that kind of like covers probably 3/4 of her face. And the eye on that side of her face, on the left side, is kind of milky white. You can still just barely see the green tint of her eye color kind of showing through. Without a doubt, she, in D&D terms, would be a paladin. She carries herself with an air of authority and assuredness that many of you have only ever seen from paladins. And she wears a holy symbol, like very prominently on her chest. So she kind of is like, again, not barking orders, but she's giving some logistical help to whatever is taking place here. And she spots you and Danath, and she makes her way down towards you, and she greets Danath first in Dwarven, saying something that you're not really sure. They touch foreheads, and there's kind of a moment where they definitely are kind of like grieving for just a moment. And then she turns to your group after speaking to Danath. She says, "You've come to Forest Gate on a sad day, I'm afraid. But you're welcome all the same. My father would have welcomed you with open arms, and so I too welcome you with open arms. My name is Vingafrik, and sounds like you are headed further eastward. I will do what I can to help you before you head out into the mountains. Do you need a place to sleep?"
You already have so much to attend to. I'm sure we can find a small place to lay down.
She kind of nods. "We can make up room in the barracks if you'd like. Or, if you'd rather, you can sleep at the temple."
Either is good.
Well, whatever suits you. But the king's funeral will be held tonight, and there will be a feast in his honor afterwards. You're all invited.
Thank you. And sorry for your loss.
She kind of nods. "He will be missed."
But not forgotten.
She shakes her head. "No, I don't think so." Like there's a brashness to her, like a very pragmatic side, but she doesn't necessarily seem out of touch with the emotionality of the situation. But it's also pretty clear that like there's something else kind of bothering her, that it's not just the death of her father that seems to kind of be, she's upset kind of in an angry way, in addition to whatever it is that she's dealing with.
How did he die?
She kind of shrugs her shoulders. Blessedly, he lived to be a ripe old age. He was almost 400.
So it was just natural.
Aye. He'd been sick for a while. His health, well, it declined pretty rapidly towards the end. The last several months he hasn't been himself. Barely conscious, barely speaking. Hardly ever recognizes anyone. Not that he got many visitors. She kind of says under her breath. Well, I suppose I'll see you later then. She kind of looks to Danath. Have you told them what they need to do for the procession tonight? Danath kind of looks. Oh, no. We just haven't gotten that far in the conversation. She says, well, this is the king's funeral. She kind of says to him, make certain that there's no spectacles. And Danath kind of nods. She says, it's good to see you again, Danath. Welcome home. And she turns and kind of like strides away.
What are we needing to do?
Danath kind of turns. Oh, yes. So, in Ronan funerals, the procession that we all take to the, and he says a dwarven word. He says the Telorzam Rittening, which he tells you translates to the burning stones. Telorzam Rittening. The procession to the burning stones is it's a little more kind of represents the journey of life that the king, in this case, led. So there's going to be symbols of the things that were important to him, the things that he, admonishments that he had earned, and things of that nature. And then we'll have the funeral at the burning stones, and then on our way back, we're meant to silently, and he kind of like emphasizes this part, contemplate our ancestors and those that came before us. So there's not really much you have to do, and he kind of like sells this part a little hard. Just remember, on the way back, just don't say anything. But if you feel compelled to say anything on the way there, if you want to openly weep, and he kind of gestures towards Dane, or, proclaim excitement for the fact that the king has lived such a fruitful life, all of that's fine. He kind of waves his hand, like, no big deal. So,
And all we have to do is just be quiet on the way back.
hey, it's simple.
Oh, why do I feel like I'm missing something here?
I'm not sure. Maybe my comment is a little too dwarvish.
I really feel like I'm being set up to make a cultural faux pas and or accidental hate crime.
Oh no, no, I don't foresee anything like that happening. He kind of like seems like he thinks about it for a second. I mean, no, it should not. No, I mean, it'll be fine.
What aren't you telling us?
Do we have to carry like hot rocks or something?
Oh no, 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 no. It's just well, it's usually just a little much for people who have never experienced it before. That's all.
Walking in silence is a bit much.
The funerals can get a little intense, I suppose.
But
So
all we have to do is stay quiet.
yes, that's it. That's all. That's all that it is. It's a moment of quiet reflection. But again, just think about your ancestors and the loved ones who have come before you. Everything will be just fine.
We can all do that.
Exactly. It's easy. So, I have to go get a few things in order before the procession starts, and I suppose that I'll see you then.
Great.
All right.
The barracks are over here, and the temple's over there. So,
Where should we meet to start the procession? Here?
oh, just
There?
join wherever it is that you happen to cross the path. Just if it is already started, don't cross the path. Just join. Not at the front though. You definitely want to be behind the princess. Where's the other princess? Just somewhere in the middle's fine.
Somewhere in the middle. Got it.
Okay. Is there anything that you wish to do or see, or anybody you want to talk to here at Forest Gate before the procession begins?
I'd like to take a quick side quest to just like toughen up the soles of my feet in case, you know?
Right.
Sure. Yep.
We're all agreeing that there's definitely something he's not telling us, right?
100%. Something's about to go horribly wrong.
Yes,
We're gonna be-
There was a lot of emphasis on thinking about people from your past.
Do any of us have a fear of ghosts?
That's what I was thinking too.
I really don't know. I don't think I've ever had experienced that kind of.
I missed that part. Went straight to
Like evil witches, done that. Oh, hordes of enemies, done that.
Zombie Death Knight.
Did that.
Right.
Normal zombies from a plague.
On that.
Did that.
But we did all of that while yelling and screaming and
Right, but everything we fought we could hurt. How do you hurt a ghost?
I mean, are we supposed to hurt the ghosts?
I wouldn't think so. I don't imagine it's like a spirit boxing match.
Given
that's
that I
not
have
really contemplating. I'd say that's more of like a
Assaulting?
assault. That's the word, yeah.
I mean, what's the worst that could happen? Surely there are going to be children here. It's a funeral.
I mean, what's worse that happens is we do commit some cultural faux pas, get thrown out of the dwarven lands, never get to reforge the sword. The queen dies, someone else takes over, and the world ends.
Where's
It's
your
just
Well
reach
one
said.
down.
now?
How bad could it be?
I hope that doesn't happen.
Just one down.
So,
There's no way.
no, it should be. But if it was just be quiet, like, would we really? Something's going to happen.
Hmm. It's like a thunderstorm. You can smell it before it hits, and I smell something.
Or it
I
could
mean,
be fine.
but they made such a big deal of it. I mean, I was expecting something like, oh, they have to dress in fancy clothing and they got to sing the songs of the ancestries, and so they got to make sure they practice and they got to get it right. We just have to be quiet. Like,
I was
I
was
don't get
thinking
it.
when you said there's like all the stages of the king's life, like there was going to be like naked baby dwarves at the beginning.
Right? And we had to like, do certain dances, and then we had to like make sure we weren't wrong on in the history, and
We
but
had to crawl before we could walk, and then there'd be a part where like we had to kiss a girl dwarf, like that was like him meeting his wife. I wasn't sure at all. Do the elves do anything like this?
You know, I think you were the only one she kissed.
Who kissed what?
The dwarf. I didn't get kissed by a dwarf.
I didn't kiss a dwarf either.
We all kissed an elf at once. Well, Faye.
Right.
Did we all kiss them?
There was a hair or a kiss. Well, either way.
We do have a weird bond in that way, don't we?
both kiss the same person. That's well, we're going sideways here. I've
So,
never kissed a dwarf.
and she liked it.
I'm not opposed to it, I guess.
But if you were to kiss a dwarf, this would be the best kind because they kind of live in trees.
But I mean, really, is that? I mean, what? Where? How did we get onto this conversation anyway? Like,
Are
I
we
don't even
are we ready
understand
to
it.
face are we ready to face this unknown peril yet?
Well, two things. One, did the princess seem like she was really angry about something? Like not just like
I mean,
you know,
really angry. I don't know that I'd say really angry,
I mean,
but
she's a dwarf. I mean, when they get angry, how angry is
racist.
angry? I mean, I don't really know. Uh, but she was not happy.
And her sister's not here.
Wait, she had a sister?
Well, they kept saying the other princess. So,
I
I
missed
mean,
that.
are we supposed to kiss her?
stop trying to
don't-
kiss the dwarves.
I don't think it's a good idea to kiss dwarven princesses.
Right.
Oh, now
Like,
who's racist?
you saw the side of that one's face. If she doesn't want you to
Racist. This
kiss
is
her, you're not going
purely
to kiss her.
classist.
Right.
You
It's,
said
So
it's,
born.
it's the
Oh.
princess part, not the dwarf part.
What's the princess part got to do with it?
You can't kiss princesses.
Why not? They're just like people.
Well, in the world, there are statutes of fiscal earnings. Sorry, on the show. And within those brackets, we'll call them brackets,
I think Tortsing doesn't have enough gold to kiss a princess.
What, you have to pay the princess to kiss her?
That's a
I
different
don't
type of
need gold,
princess.
Dane. I have assets now.
Well, then you definitely have enough horses to kiss a princess.
Is this some cultural thing that I'm missing? That you have to like give the person a present before you can kiss them? Whether it be of some sort of animal livestock or a shiny metal of something?
In fairness, Baneshell gave you a gift.
But after a week.
Oh.
Oh,
But we're not talking about me here. We're talking about the dwarves and the princess and how many asses we need to give her.
Well, now we're giving her donkeys.
I think what we're talking about is that there's a missing princess, or at least an absent one.
Where did our guide go? What? We need some clarification.
He had to go get
He
ready for
left.
the funeral procession.
Oh my God, are we late? Have we been talking that long?
No, we have time.
Right.
Are
Okay.
we supposed to get ready too? Like,
No, I mean, they didn't mention that.
Listen, if they're not going to give me any information on what I need to do to perform in this particular ritual of sorts, I'm just going to go. I was invited.
Right.
It'd be rude not to go.
We just operate off the information we were given. Don't say anything on the way back.
Everyone knows I am really good at following cues in a lead. Duh.
And hey, if it's a demon, we'll kill it.
Without saying anything.
Yes, completely silently.
All right.
just to be fair, that means no guttural roars, Tord.
That's
Yes.
what worries me. Is they say you got to be completely silent. I've never been completely silent my whole life.
Well, Tord, I promise here and now that I will not gloat even once until we get back. So you should likewise promise that you won't growl.
Don't say that.
Just
True.
Don't say that to me.
No,
You
no,
can't do this.
no gloating, no growling during the funeral.
Jeez.
Those are the rules. And real G's like you and me, we can't
Travel in
do that
silence.
during the funeral.
You know, if we got here sooner, we wouldn't have to worry about this.
You wanted to go to a library. I don't know what you want from me.
Oh, we never did tell you on that anyway. Dane managed to find the place that we might need to go afterwards once we visited the anvil.
By
Yeah,
the
it's like,
gods, another place?
oh,
Presumably
yes.
2 more.
Did
At
you
least.
think that we were just going to find the stone where it was made, the water of something, and a dragon all next to the anvil?
Were we not talking about that 2 days ago?
We were talking about the order of them. It hasn't changed the number of them.
I think it'd be convenient if they were all together.
Well,
They were at one point, and then someone stole it.
I
Ugh.
mean, you think they're going to be all in one place now when we've been all over Vykaril for the other just 2 of them? No. So anyway,
To be fair, when the instructions are a riddle, it should be assumed that it's not going to be convenient.
I agree with Tord.
I don't even know what the last 2 things, or the last, whatever. There's a few of them, I don't even know what they are.
What, water?
Or the dragon. I mean,
If we're looking for a specific anvil, I'm sure we're looking for specific water, right? And a dragon, I've never seen one. Have you? Don't really want to be honest. Now that we're talking about it.
I mean,
Kind of fucking scared of a dragon.
Well, didn't we already see one? I think, like, wasn't.
We saw it fly over or something.
Yeah, so I mean.
She was also a lady, though. You know.
So the other one could be maybe Gaia. I mean, who knows what we're going to find when
Well,
we
hold
find a
on.
dragon.
Just because he's a bad dragon, he's got to be a guy.
We're saying it's a bad dragon and he's going to help us make the sword. Wouldn't that make him a
Somehow
good dragon?
I'd know it's not going to be a nice dragon who's like, yeah, let me breathe on your sword. No.
So we're going to have to trick him into breathing our sword? Or her?
Probably. Or her, or them.
I think if it's not a nice dragon, it'll be pretty easy to trick it into breathing fire on our sword.
Do you want to be holding the sword when that happens? Because I don't.
I didn't say that. We could throw it, or something.
I don't know if Dane's ability to live through things encompasses dragon fire.
To be fair, he's survived worse.
I mean, he did survive a building.
We know he's resistant to radiant damage.
The church's class is radiant damage?
I would say radiant and bludgeoning.
fucking dead.
I say
Should
it's
go on the road
it's
with
getting
this shit.
dark, and I'd like to cast magic missile.
Uh,
On a
y'all
for real note, what god did the dwarves worship?
Moradin,
Okay.
Thank you, Steve.
largely.
Thank you, Steve.
Oh my god.
Um,
Okay.
So
Mm.
the only other thing we have to worry about not saying anything. We can do that. And then we travel to Trolloc, to the Mithril Anvil, and figure out what type of witch is going to try and stop us there. Right?
It's simple.
I don't know if it's simple, but it's nothing we haven't done before.
Gotta be running out of witches at this point.
Seriously.
So I am completely good with just kicking rocks around Main Street and looking at dwarven pie shops until it's time for a funeral procession.
Yep. Okay. So you kind of make use of the time that you have to sightsee, settle in, before you hear a series of bells that sound, and these don't sound like steeple bells. These sound more like a handbell size. And when that starts, the rest of the dwarves kind of stop what they're doing and start making their way to the procession path. Before long, you see Vingafric kind of walking by herself, in polished armor, and about 10 feet behind her there's the pallbearers that are carrying a brazier that is burning bright and hot. You can see that it's it is like the metal that contains it. Actually, it would probably be stone. The stone that contains it, like near the edge, is kind of like white hot. And excuse me. And then all of the rest of the funeral attendees kind of like fall in behind those pallbearers. Along the way, as you make your way towards the burning stones, each one of you, if you would, just throw out a thing that we see that lines this path, celebrating the journey of life. If you would, please.
At what point we see this large boulder that's been cracked. It's got this large fracture radiating from what appears to look like almost a hand-sized dent, if you will, in it. And as we're passing it, the people around us are chanting of what deed this was in the king's life. And it was when he had to wrestle with a foe, a mighty foe from like a neighboring, I don't want to say kingdom, but like I guess like an enemy of these peoples. And in that battle, he hit the creature so hard and went right through him and pounded into the stone, which then fractured. And and with that he was victorious. So they're
Hmm.
all celebrating this stone as we're passing it by.
Oh yeah. I imagine there's maybe even like costumed performers that are like reenacting, this battle, especially like as the body, or not the body, as the crucible passes.
And I think next on the procession, this cracked stone is still present. Like it's a different sculpture, but it's clearly the same stone. And there are these two like larger than life statues of dwarves, a man and a woman, and they're chiseling the stone into the figure of like an infant dwarf.
Yeah, absolutely. And to tag on and add on to that, we actually notice as we pass that it's not a single infant, but two, and they appear identical to one another.
Further down this pathway, we see maybe like a guild of weavers of some nature, kind of putting together. You can tell that they've been working on this for some time, perhaps for the latter duration of the king's illness in the event that he didn't come through. But it is a work kind of tableauing the quote unquote love story of the king and his wife and the queen, if you will, obviously, who he met with a rival clan leader under disguise, with his mentor. They participated in a tourney. They excelled, dominating the ranks and whatever these kind of competitions would look like. I imagine like shot put or like warthog races or chariot pulls or various tasks. And this unknown visitor takes all the medals. There's one of iron and one of bronze, and so on and so forth. There's the variety of events, each with their own, tin and whatever. And finally, the king comes into or the rival clan head says, a stranger coming to my castle, you will feast with me and tell me who you are. And end up like entreats with this king under a false name. He like wins all this honor with him, only to find out that this is like a rival clan head. And he had already promised his daughter's hand in marriage. And this is how they knew he would be a great king, because he unified all these, lands under one clan, uniting two rivals of the large populations, ending with like white tapestry of like the wedding scene and like allusions to kind of like how like after you're married, people just ask you if you're having sex by how close you are to having a baby. And so it kind of alludes to like the queen being pregnant with the heirs to the new unified area.
Okay, hell yeah. And I think that perhaps maybe the very very end of this tapestry, there's a familiar kind of visage to it, where it becomes very clear that the queen has already had her funeral.
I think the last thing that we see is a sort of mummery of people, of dwarves pretending to be the king, and they're entering these makeshift stalls and buying goods from the people and really telling him what a good job they've done for these what might seem like trivial items, right? That the king was a man of his people and in the streets and giving back to them. That he would be able to call a lot of them by name, even if they were not, super important individuals. And you kind of get the sense that he was, really well liked. And as he goes from these stalls, these other actors come up and they're dignitaries, and he handles them with the sort of same grace. And the barkeep's the same way. And the last scene that we sort of see, like walking down this alley, is clearly this king going to visit the a monument to his wife, like that he was always a king of the people, but always a king to his family as well.
There is a lot of lamenting that happens in this stage of the procession. There's a lot of people a lot of dwarves who almost kind of like throw themselves on the ground and grieve openly. It's extremely raw emotions that are on display here, and it doesn't appear that there's any form of no shaming in this display. That this is kind of a shared grief of these people. And you continue kind of walking, and it's not a direct path through the village. It's not just the quickest point from or the quickest line between point A and point B. It kind of meanders a little through the village, and eventually you exit the palisade through another gate and make your way kind of like up in elevation towards like a cluster of boulders that kind of has an area that's kind of flat on the top, where you can see another series of stones that have kind of been set there. And as you approach, you can see that in the middle of these standing stones, there's an altar that is sat there, and there's a spout on the front of it. At first glance, it might even appear to be like the kind of spout that you would see where blood would pour off of a blood sacrifice type altar. But on top of this altar, there is a stone and mud. It looks like an oven. It is a kiln that has been built on the top of this altar, and it looks like that this has been done several times. This altar is almost completely and totally scorched black. And the lead of the funeral procession, her name is Vingafrik. Vingafrik kind of takes the procession around, like clockwise, if you will, around this kind of rock. And those that are carrying the molten brazier kind of move the other direction, counterclockwise. And then bringing up the very rear of the procession, you see another set of pallbearers who approach, carrying the body of the king, you presume. You haven't seen the body this entire time. It has been kept at the rear of the procession, and there's been so much going on that there just wasn't really any chance to pay attention. His form is entirely bedecked in his armor. He has his weapons with him, as well as a lot of other things. Like there's a lot of wealth here. And as this kind of flat stretcher type platform is brought in, it is carried and placed directly into this kiln with a lot of care. the weapons, held in his hand across his chest. He is interred, and they then seal it with fresh clay and stones to completely close it in. And then the pallbearers carrying the crucible then come up and pour its contents into a basin in the bottom of this altar, which then someone comes and begins tending with a bellows. Like, this is being fired like a forge, and the flame is fed and kept extremely hot. While this is happening, there is more lamenting, there's more singing of dirges, and this goes pretty late into the night. This is a lengthy affair. But you watch as this king is not just cremated, this king is smelted. And soon you see molten metal pouring out of that spout that you saw on the altar. And it is pouring directly into a mold of some kind and is filling it throughout this entire process. Once the process is finished, those who had carried the crucible have now changed for a carrying device that lifts this mold that now contains this molten metal that is now cooling, and begins to prepare for a return trip, if you will. All of the dirges slowly grow silent, and the lamentation kind of turns to sniffling, before all of the dwarves that were kind of throwing themselves about, showing these incredible displays of raw emotion, now all of a sudden are composed and have poise. And that's when you notice around the exterior of these standing stones, you start to see movement. It's more like whenever you look across a road on a hot day and you see the displacement of light. That's kind of what it looks like at first, here and there. And then you start to see a little more than that. And you realize that there are spectral beings that are swarming, is a good word, around the exterior of these standing stones. So, is there anything that you want to say or do before you begin the procession back?
I don't want to say anything. I want to keep my mouth shut like a good boy.
Okay. Okay. You begin your procession back. Path is the same as the one that you took on the way here, celebrating the journey of life. But now you notice from this direction, as you're making your way back, the other side of all of these decorations are a look at the past, a look at the clan's history, the ancestors that came before, and all have a morbid theme of death and afterlife to them. Not morose or grotesque, but just very much a stark contrast to what came before. So everything that you're now seeing the back side of is almost like a two-sided coin that has a stark difference. So what I would like is each one of you to retouch on what we saw before on the way out of town, but what the other side of that looks like, and how it interacts with your character's personal ancestral spirits. Give you a moment to let that sink in. Everybody got that? Any questions? Am I asking too much?
What is the backside of?
So the things that you introduced to us on our way out
Right.
of town, we are now looking at the inverse, like the backside of those things. These are, again, kind of focused around death and the afterlife.
Gotcha. I got mine. We see the back of the tapestry and how it's kind of like the frilled, unfinished, kind of like sewn side. And it looks significantly more aggressive is not the word, but almost disturbing. It seems like the stitches become slashes across the seam. And it makes Tord think back to weavers in his village and how they're held in such esteem. Fates are weaved by the great weaver in the sky, and so on and so forth. And I'm sure among the great women of his ancestral line, there have been many weavers of fate, quote unquote, that weave now with the great weaver.
And you see toward that the spirits of these weavers are around you, amongst you, with the tools of their trade held aloft almost the way you would hold sword and shield. And they are actually keeping the other spirits at bay. They are protecting you from these other spirits gaining access to you.
His mouth becomes a thin line as he like bows his head and is like, reverence for family, reverence for family. It's like great uncle, Tulak. Going through the list of family, he's like, and my sisters and my mom and my dad. In his head, of course.
Right. All very silent. Anybody else?
So I think the inverse of what we see from the mummers and actors portraying the king visiting these shops and such is the other side of life, right? So now these people who were tending shops are representative of a worse time, right? So they're bringing out children who didn't make it through a hard winter. They're, on their knees begging other vendors for a morsel of food or something to burn to keep their family warm during winter. And the procession that was people clamoring to shake the hand of the king and get his, gold or what food that he was handing out is now people showing up with the sick or the dying or the dead for burial or to try and get the clerics of Morden to heal them, to do something to change this. And it's this image of there's just never, right? We go from the king of plenty that's just there's never enough. And so it is this, the sort of more stoic version of, bring out your dead, is they're all sort of laid into not, cauldrons to be minted into something else, but just, a wheelbarrow or a cart to be taken away. Because when things happen you know, like we saw in Warrington, like when they happen on that scale, like there's not time for, you know, this type of procession.
I almost think too, like the design of like the masks and the costumes are almost all like reversible in some way. Like the overcoats or whatever that they were wearing before literally have just been turned inside out and now form this separate function. And like their masks maybe even are like have been turned 180 degrees the other direction, and you now realize like the cleverness of the design, almost like one of those optical illusions that's like two things at once depending on like how you
Right.
look
Yeah,
at it.
they go from being a mask of like a bearded dwarf with like, you know, beads in their beard. When you flip it upside down, it becomes that, you know, the smile goes to a frown and those beads become
Right.
the blown out eyes of sorrow, and the beard now looks like scraggly hair
Yeah,
type of thing.
that's badass. How does
Um,
that draw out like Dane's ancestors?
man. That's a good question because Dane doesn't know a lot about his ancestors.
Are they Dane's ancestors?
Yeah, so I th- I I really think like there is this not quite put together image of a knight out there, you know, sort of fending them back, and this washing woman kind of doing the same, and this apparition of a sword that is just kind of floating out there. But then when you look at it, like if you were historically, you go that armor of that knight's way too old to be, you know, like related to Dane. And the washing woman kind of has that same thing, but I think because we can see like I can see Tord's spirits, right? Like
Yeah,
his
I
father.
think
Right.
so.
So I
Yeah.
think the one that might set Dane back the most is, you know, you see this big knight out there with his sword sort of fending back these other spirits, but then, you know, kind of in the shadow on his heel is Toby, right? Like that is probably the biggest spirit that's looking out for him. And so he's out there with his stick, just sort of doing the same, you know, like get back type of thing.
With the image of these dwarves kind of participating in this act of sacred sculptural creation, on the way back, we can see, especially in the context of the last or first statue, we can see that this is actually like the awakening of strife. And it's tied up in these themes of like confinement and envy and like excess, um, and everything that was kind of beautiful about these two dwarven infants being carved from the stone is instead like a disgusting portent. And we can see clearly how this birth, while maybe, or this creation, while maybe like beautiful in a way, is going to lead to something just absolutely terrible, like awful violence.
Yeah, and I'm kind of reminded of that one statue that is like the I don't know if she's actually like a nun or a saint, but she's kind of like kind of bent over and demure, but the back of her looks like a devil. Have you ever seen that statue?
Yeah. Yeah.
It's pretty amazing, and I imagine these are kind of like a similar situation where they're the same piece of stone, and like this strange bit of like carving changes like one side and then the other, um, into two very different displays. How does that bring about a connection with Sir John and his ancestors?
So Sir John sees a vision that he doesn't really understand. He looks over and he can see his grandmother, the Baroness Julie Lightnor, who died not too long ago. She was quite old, but yeah, he sees a vision of her and the Lord of Lethalbrun during her days, and they're like intensely bickering, and you can see this like dark or like corrupted, maligned spirit growing between them that isn't like a child, but it's small and it's clearly alive, and it like it's almost like he's seeing a snapshot of history being played out by these spirits, but it's like a highly metaphorical and kind of grotesque uh, symbolism of what might have actually happened. But Sir John can only really see his grandma, of course, and he knows the lords and ladies of the realm and their history and stuff, so he recognizes Lethalbrun, but he hasn't heard anything about like an argument between the two of them or anything. Like he didn't think they had dealings. So he looks at that and he's in really deep thought about it, but nothing is really clicking for him.
And I imagine for Sir John, it's less of necessarily these protective spirits, and it's more like you're surrounded by soldiers of a pitched battle, and they're just so closely knotted together that these other spirits can't get through. They're either killed off or caught up in the tussle, and they just cannot get to you because of it.
Yeah.
Okay.
Then we finally come back to that fractured stone. And on the back side of this, it's hard to see what you're seeing right away until you get closer, but then you notice that there's a bunch of carvings on the back side. And as you look and you stare at this, you realize that the lines, which looks very chaotic all over, they start to you start to see them, how they're taking place, as there are a bunch of bodies on a hillside. Some look almost like dwarven, and then some look like the creature that was on the other side, that what they were telling about. And as you realize this, you realize the vastness of the scene that is being depicted here. And we're not talking like tens of bodies, we're talking hundreds, maybe thousands on both sides. And it's just this horrible war, this battle scene that we're seeing. And when Ari sees this, she immediately pictures that scene in the forest where we walked in and saw all the sisters dead on the ground. Sorry. And
You're good.
yeah. And I think she stops because that hits hard.
Yeah, and when you stop, you kind of like come up abrupt, and then we see you from the side, and we see a shield wall of sisters that step forward beside you, and then they rush forward to push back these spirits that are trying to rush in to get you. And we see this procession make its way back through the city, back through the village where it began. And we see this play out for individual dwarves who all maintain their silence, many of them through prayer, and many of them surrounded by the spirits of their ancestors that keep them safe. And that's where we're going to go ahead and end the session. So, This was so good to get back to this story. I told you I could not wait to get to the dwarves. I've been waiting for this particular scene for a very, very long time. So thank you for making it just absolutely spectacular. I knew you would, but it does my heart a lot of good. So thank you. Very quickly, I'm going to pass things back over to the players so that they can give any parting words that they would like to. Once again, touch on where you may be able to find them, plug anything that they got going on, and then we're going to call it a night. So we're going to start in reverse order with Steve.
Well, it was very good to play again. I missed this. And maybe we won't take 9.5 million years between this and the next session. We'll see. Life happens. All you can do is live it. So we'll see.
Indeed, man. One day at a time. One day at a time. All right. Speaking of one day at a time, next up we have Eli.
Hey everybody. So yeah, this was a great session. It's really nice to be back. And like one of the things that we were talking about in the chat that I don't think anybody who was watching might have noticed, but both Ari and I managed to take statements from our character sheets, which are, like, for those who don't remember, our character sheets are more or less just tons of statements about our characters or whatever at this point, and they each have a dice value attached to them. And we both found ways to like say those statements out loud as our characters tonight. And I think it was totally inspired by this conversation that Ari and Dane had in the library and how that like touched on their values and everything. That was such a cool thing for me. Like, I don't think I had realized, I mean, I knew there were statements about my character and even things that my character says, but then I was like, holy shit, Ari's right. I can say them in the game. That's so cool.
They did the thing. They did the thing. They said the title.
Yeah, right. So I was like, oh man, yeah, totally. So I'm like super stoked about that. And yeah, it's great to be heading to the dwarves. It was nice to have a moment of silliness. This is a delightful session.
Yeah, I would have to agree. Got some good belly laughs and some good setting lore, as well as like some very personal, very character driven moments. The scene again in the library was incredible. Yeah, not a lot of dice rolling, but we got a couple of them in. And Cortex does what Cortex does. It just kind of like moves into the background until you need it, and then it's there. So yeah. Speaking of in the background until you need it, and then it's there, Baron.
I don't always come back from being in the background, but sometimes I do. Thanks for having me. It's always a good time. Don't really have anything to plug. I can only say that I'm ready for the next one.
Oh yeah, man. Always. Pleasure to have you on the channel, dude. All of you. We're just good people to hang with. And fantastic role players. I'm just blown away that I get to do this for fun. I get to have fun with cool people. Tell an awesome story. Got laughing and crying and everything else in between. All right. Speaking of laughing, crying, and everything else in between, last but certainly not least, Karen.
Oh my goodness, this session was so amazing. I loved every bit of it. The emotions were a roller coaster tonight. Cried because of sadness, cried because of laughter, cried because of reminiscing. It was just beautiful. I cannot wait to play again. Which brings me a question. I mean, can we play again? Like we can do another session?
Yes, absolutely we will.
I mean, I gotta work tomorrow, but I think I could probably find an energy drink somewhere.
I have another game that I have to run tomorrow.
Which is exactly what I want to plug. Because where can you find me? Here. In fact, tomorrow night, here, because we've got a game. Evermore is playing tomorrow. I'm looking forward to that. So, and the other places is Mini Train Domain. Check that out. Lots of games over there. That's all I got to plug.
Absolutely. I will second those things. Absolutely. Yeah, definitely check out Jake and his channel on Twitch, Mini Terrain Domain. Does a lot of good stuff. He's an awesome dude. He's a fantastic game master. A lot of really talented, very caring people over there on the various shows. So yeah, check that out. That'll be Thursday night for Kids on Bikes. That's the one that I play on his channel. So yeah, stop by and say hi. Tomorrow night, as Karen said, is Evermortal Masquerade, D&D 5th edition, kind of set in a Baroque period in the same world as the game that we saw tonight. So yeah, they're assaulting an ancient vampire's castle. So what could go wrong there? Yeah. So this has been incredible. Sincerely, y'all. Thank you so much for just being amazing at like just fleshing out the little fine corners of rostering as we've played these going on 6 years. It makes my job a lot easier and a lot more enjoyable. So thank you. For those of you who may be watching along with us this evening, thank you very, very much for tuning in. Or if you're watching at some point down the future, it really does mean a lot to me. So yeah, do all the stuff that the algorithm likes to see. Hit the like button, the subscribe button, share the link around with people, talk about it. That's how the channel grows. It's an unfortunate truth of this whole shtick, but there it is. So you can also check out links to all kinds of things in the description, like where you can find the stuff that I sell on DriveThruRPG, how to hire me as a GM, things of that nature. So go check all those out as well. Last but not least, what do we got? Oh, kindness is a free action. It costs you absolutely nothing to be kind to someone, and it could make all of the difference in their month, their year, their week, their day. You don't know. You don't know what kind of shit somebody is going through, and we all have to go through some pretty bad shit in life, and it happens more often than it should. So if it doesn't cost you anything at all to bring kindness into someone's life, even for just a moment, and it could possibly turn the tide of like the way they're feeling, then like why would you not do that? It's literally something you can give away for free. So why hold on to that? Go out, be nice. With that said, I think that's everything from me. I'm going to shut up now and call it an evening. Thank you. I love all of you. So until next time, may your dice roll high and your snacks always be within reach.
Shieldhouses.